Great. Okay.
Recording in progress.
So, Olokoro boys, you are A. Who is B? School B. Ndumotuka, you are school B. School C. Methodist High School, school C. And then the last but not the least, Olokoro, school D. So, you are welcome. And we're represented, representing your various schools. Can we have who you are? You stand up, say your name, and you in your school. The mic.
My name is Apostle Akasim, Okoro Boys Secondary High School.
My name is Emmanuel Madabuchi from Olokoro Boys High School.
My name is Ogu Marvelous Chikamso from the Motka Community Secondary School.
My name is Obin Nezi Bodania from the Motka Community Secondary School.
My name is Odigo Success. I'm from Methodist High School, Oboro.
My name is Chukwemeka Sophia from Methodist High School, Oboro.
My name is Obiama Destiny from Olokoro Girls Secondary School.
My name is Shinedu Chisom Rosemary from Olokoro Girls Secondary School.
Yes, thank you very much. So give them a hand and a half plus. So we will have some regulations to govern this quiz competition. So you will have a total of 16 questions. And if you have a total of 16 questions, that means each school should have what? 4 questions each. Are you following? And then each question will carry what? 2 marks. Each question carries 2 marks. It says, one of the following is the main cause of drought. One of the following is the main cause of drought. 1, flooding. 2, erosion. 3, high temperature leading to evaporation. 4, mulching. C, high temperature leading to evaporation. Wonderful. 2 full marks to Olokoro girls. We'll now come over to Olokoro boys. Round 3.
Question number 3.
Question number what?
3.
3 has been taken.
7.
7 has been taken.
5.
5 has been taken. 1 to 8 have been taken. You have 8 to 16 remaining.
8.
Okay, 9. Yes, 9 to 16.
Question number 9.
Question number 9. Question number 9 says, which of the following is a technique used in land restoration? Which of the following is a technique used in land restoration? Number 1, deforestation. Number 2, overgrazing. Number 3, afforestation. Number 4, deformation.
Afforestation.
Correct. Correct. To Olokoro Boys High School. Then Olokoro girls.
Question number 10.
Okay, Ndumotuka. Yes, Ndumotuka. Question number 10. Question number 10 says, what does resilience refer to in the context of environment? What does resilience refer to in the context of environment? 1, the ability to withstand, adapt to, and recover from adversity. 2, avoiding stress and hardship altogether. 3, the vulnerability to challenges and traumatic events. And 4, the inability to navigate through difficult circumstances. A, the ability to withstand, adapt, and recover from adversity. Wonderful. 2 full marks. What is happening? This is nice. This is wonderful. Kudos to the schools. Yeah. Question 11. That is the third school. Methodist High School.
Yes, sir.
What is the immediate consequences of drought on agriculture? What is the immediate consequences of drought on agriculture? A. Decreased agricultural productivity and food shortages. B. Increased crop yields and surplus food supply. C. Enhanced soil fertility and water availability. And D. Improved crop resilience and biodiversity. A. Decreased agricultural productivity. Wonderful. Give them a hand of applause.
Question number 12.
Question number
12.
12. Question number 12 says, which of the following is a consequence of desertification? Which of the following is a consequence of desertification? A. Increased agricultural productivity. B. Loss of biodiversity. C. Increased rainfall. And D. Improved soil quality.
B.
B says loss of biodiversity. Congratulations. 2 full marks. 2 full marks to Olokoro girls. Then we'll have Olokoro boys. Your question.
Number 14.
Number 14. Question number 14 says, sustainable land management practices includes A. Deforestation. B. Overgrazing. C. Soil conservation technique. And D. Erosion.
C.
C. Soil conservation techniques. Wonderful. 2 full marks to Olokoro boys.
Question number 16.
Question number 16. Question number 16 says, most tropical plants shed their leaves during dry season condition. Most tropical plants shed their leaves during dry season condition in order to do what? A. Reduce their growth rate. B. Conserve water. C. Reduce competition. And D. Minimize the rate of photosynthesis.
B. Conserve water.
B. Conserve water. 2 marks. 2 full marks. Give them a hand. 2 full marks. Okay.
15.
Let's go.
15.
15. Question number 15 says, what role do trees play in land restoration? What role do trees play in land restoration? A. They prevent soil erosion and improve soil fertility. B. They consume large amounts of water and dry up the soil. C. They make the land more susceptible to desertification. And D. They have no significant role.
A.
2 full marks. Congratulations. They prevent soil erosion and
Number 13.
number 13. Great. Question number 13 says, climate change has no effect on frequency and severity of drought. True or false?
False.
False. Correct. 2 full marks. We have come to the end of the 4 rounds. And we're going to have a situation on our hands, which is okay. So, what are the scores, total scores for each of the schools?
The result for the first round, both all the schools across board scored 4 points each. Then for the second round, the same scenario, where all the 4 schools scored 4 points on the whole.
Wonderful. So we have a tie. The total. What's the total for each of the schools?
Okay.
So why
Each school has 8 points.
give them a hand of applause? Yes, we start with the knockout sessions. We have another 4 questions. And we'll do it in that order, A, B, C, D, for each of the schools. So from 17 to 20, pick. Let's go from the other. Pick 17 to 20. 18. 18 says, these methods help in restoration of land, except. These methods help in restoration of land, except A, applying organic manure and mineral fertilizer. B, planting of trees and crop rotation. C, using water retention technique. And D, clearing and burning of farmland.
Clearing and burning of farmland.
Correct. Clearing and burning of farmland. Okay?
17.
17. Question 17 says, the persistence, degradation of dry land ecosystem by variation in climate and human activities is called what? The persistence, degradation of dry land ecosystem by variation in climate and human activities is called A, desertification, B, afforestation, C, drought resilience, and D, deforestation. A, desertification, correct.
Question number 20.
Question number 20 says, the following effects are associated with deforestation, except. The following effects are associated with deforestation, except A, gully erosion, B, extinction of plant species, C, emigration of wildlife, D, increase in rainfall.
D, increase in rainfall.
Correct. 2 full marks. Increase in rainfall. Then the fourth school.
Question number 19.
19. Question number 19 says, which of the following is not an example of restorative methods? Which of the following is not an example of restorative methods? A, reforestation. B, managed grazing. C, afforestation. And D, deforestation.
Deforestation.
Correct. This is wonderful. So where do we stand again? First knockout sessions. What did the score say?
Hello. For the knockout session, we are still having 2-2-2-2 across board.
Wow. So we have the same scores for each school. So we go over to the second.
We're having 10-10-10.
10-10-10. We'll go over to the second knockout sessions. I will be inviting Dr. Joy Emerald for the second knockout sessions. Dr. Joy Emerald will be using her discretion to do random questions to the schools.
Please, let's give a hot clap. Claps for our moderator. Woo! This is exciting. In fact, I am not going to go for that extra knockout question because I think these kids are very prepared. And we don't need to keep testing them. They are prepared and they are ready to show us that today. So it's an honor to have you around. There is hope in the future generations of Nigeria. I believe in you. Keep it up. Make sure you keep it up. as we can see, it's a situation. And what do we do in such situations? At least now, if we are preparing for quiz competition, it is this an outlier that will tell us to prepare for when every other student is so prepared that there's not going to be first position, no second position, no third position. Fortunately, that's how it's going to end today. You are all going to receive equal prizes. Clap for yourselves. That is good. Thank you very much. There is nothing else.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm really overexcited. Teachers, you did a good job. Can we applaud their teachers? I've never seen it this way, and I'm excited. Actually, I want to bring to our notice that the questions were set by the individual schools and sent to us. And out of the questions that the school sent, we handpicked. In fact, all of them now. I think we covered the entire questions that each of the school sent to us. So they really prepared. I'm excited that the coordinator is saying that every part of it, that the entire group are going to share the prizes equally. So we are all winners. Can we applaud ourselves? Thank you, Quizmaster, for a wonderful job. Thank you, Dr. Koye. You know your job is still on. You're going to be the event flow manager for this ceremony. Thank you, Dr. Mercy, the recorder. Yes, unbiased umpire. Thank you so much. Thank you, Blessing. Blessing, they didn't give you time to ring your bell. You were beaten hands down. Yes, thank you also. So at this juncture, Dr. Koye, I'll hand over to you. You're the event flow manager. I think they should go outside and take photographs, the students. Yes.
So the students kindly take a step out for a group photograph. We'll do that very quickly and come back. You are highly welcome. Professor Emmanuel Nzebule to the high table, please. Dr. Mercy, Ezechi, you need her agenda, please. Can you? We want to also recognize Professor Chris Nwoko, one of our goodwill. He will be doing a goodwill message. Professor Chris Nwoko is with the School of Environmental Management and Ecosystem, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Futo. You're welcome, sir. While we are with the quiz competition, some other dignitaries who are guests of Honorable Sam Onibo, a distinguished House of Rep member, they also walked in. I want to also recognize. We'll recognize you, but when the Honorable comes, we will do that again, please. But for the meantime, we'll recognize Professor Ihedinihu John, former Dean of Commerce, Professor of Accounting. Who are you? We want to also recognize Professor Chinedumi Frem Wadi Oha, Professor of Accounting, Michael Obara, University of Agriculture, Umudike. They are all guests of Honorable Sam Onibo. And then Professor Ike Owazie, Professor of Quantitative Economics, Michael Obara, University of Agriculture, Umudike. You are highly welcomed. We will also keep recognizing, we have some of our directors here in our midst. Director Administration, Dr. Mrs. M.O. Mbanaso. You are highly welcomed. We also have Director Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Department, Dr. Mrs. Stacy Mado, who is also anchoring today's activity. Dr. Stacy Mado, Director PM&E, you're highly welcomed. We also have another director, Dr. Mrs. Ibokwe. Dr. Mrs. Ibokwe, you are highly welcomed. We also recognize Dr. Marcel Obona, Director of Mudike Foods. Dr. Marcel, you are welcomed. We also recognize Dr. Joseph Onyeka. Dr. Joseph Onyeka, Director Biotech. You are welcome, sir. Yes, sitting beside Dr. Joseph Onyeka, Dr. Mrs. Helen Anyebunam. Dr. Mrs. Helen Anyebunam, Director Peri-Urban Agriculture, National Root Crop Research Institute, Modike. You are highly welcome. We also have coordinators. Dr. Onyekwere Innocent, Director of Farming Systems and Farming Systems Research Program. You are recognized. Dr. Solomon Afwabe, Coordinator, Sweet Potato Research Program. Dr. Kuriocha Davison, Coordinator, Seed Technology Program. And one of our assistant directors also, Dr. Mokocha CC. You are highly welcomed. We will now want to recognize one of our own and usher him to the high table. The host of this event. We call him the Digital Executive Director, the image maker of this institution. Afudimba Afogonogimia. We want to welcome our own Professor Chiedozie Egesi. Professor Chiedozie Egesi. The Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of this our great institution, the National Root Crop Research Institute. The man who has made things turn around. The man who has added a lot of value to what we do in National Root Crop Research Institute. You're welcome, our own ED, Professor Chiedozie Egesi. Yes. The unit head, climate change, who also stands tall today in terms of this activity, in terms of what we want to do today, Dr. Joy Emerald. Dr. Joy Emerald, please, you are welcome. Welcome to the high table. You're welcome to the high table, please. You're welcome. While we will continue with the celebrations, we will also recognize some other dignitaries as they come. At this juncture, we will be taking the opening prayer from Dr. Joseph Onyeka. Dr. Joseph Onyeka, is he around? Okay, yes, opening prayer. Then, immediately after the opening prayer, while we keep standing, the national anthem, please. Before the opening prayer, we also recognize the online participants. This activity is streamed live, both physical and virtual. We recognize them. They will be participating actively in this celebration. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. In Jesus' name. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful day like this. Thank you, God, because against all odds, you have made today to be a reality. We thereby commit this occasion unto your hand. We invite you to take total control, direct and lead even the discussions that we are having today in Jesus' name. We are asking God that we will not just have the discussion, but we will follow it up with actions. That at the end of the day, we will have a better environment to live in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, King of Glory. Receive our praise and glory. For in Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. The national anthem, why we stand? The national anthem from the background.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Yes. The next item on the agenda, before that, let us recognize the coordinator of biotechnology. Dr. Ohioma Okwono, you are welcome. You are highly recognized. And former acting executive director, National Root Crops, Dr. G.N. Asamoah. You are highly recognized. You're welcome, sir. We now have presentation of the kola nuts. Please, the former acting executive director, please, graciously to the high table. You're welcome, sir.
Dr. Nyekwere, please come. Come and present the cola on behalf of the Institute as a son of the soil. As a title chief too. Is there?
Igbo bụ Igbo, mma mma nọ, kelewenu, Igbo bụ Igbo, rienu, onye isi anyị ewetela ọjị. Ọdụ ndị ụmụtowe nọ nga bụ ndị m na wee soro nwere ala. Ọdụ ndị itu nọ nga bụ ndị m na wee soro nwere ala. Ọjị erutele olokorola ndụ nọọsụ aka. Ọ gala ịgapụ iche. O nwere onye ụmụ arịagha nọ ya nọ. O nwere onye ụmụ arịagha. O nwere onye awọm n'ebo. O nwere ụmụ dike oke. Abaja mgbano bịawanụ bịa ewe n'ọjị oke ha nwata ha setụ ka ọ bụ na oke oge ha akpa ya chere ka Abaja bụ chief ibu chief Abaja mgbano para ọjị emana ihe iji eme gewe nni eme mgbana
Igbo mma mmanụ Igbo mma mmanụ ikwu anọ mma mmanụ abịa mma mmanụ Naijiria kwezuo unu ife abụ ọjị adịghị eche ọjị with bekee anọgọla ọjị bụ ọjị ala ọjị amaala executive director nyekwanụ wetala ọjị ọ sị a ga-egozi ọjị gọzie ala tupu anyị na-ebido ife m chọrọ ime taa ọ bụ omenala ngọjị ọnwa nsị pụta aka mpụtara ya malie mmaji la mmaji institute ọla achọkwanụ ga-ele agalihi la mmaji unu ma ndị mbịakwa na-abịa ụkpa unu ji ebi unu gị ji ala eyi ma ndị ngịtata ndụ nga o si pụta Chukwu na gọzie ya
Okay. Olokoro landonos enwetala ọjị. Ikwu anọ landonos enwetala ọjị. Ọ bụ donye gị mechiri anya. Is this yours? No. Okay, it's done.
Thank you very much. We have just done justice to the caller from the Office of the Executive Director, who is the host of this event. Thank you very much, my Executive Director. Now we go over to the next item on the agenda, which is the goodwill messages. The goodwill message is we have Professor Chris Nwoko, School of Environmental Management and Ecosystem, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Professor Chris Nwoko, kindly, you can take the podium for your brief goodwill message. Theme of this World Environment Day celebration is land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience. You're welcome, Professor. Welcome.
Thank you very much, our moderator, the Executive Director, National Root Crop Research Institute, Umudike, the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Michael Okpara University, here present, and the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, Abia State. I guess she's still on her way, or her representative. The National Root Crop Research Institute management staff here present, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Actually, before I start my goodwill message, I want to bring our warm greetings from Federal University of Technology, in particular, the World Bank Center of Excellence, Procurement, Environment, and Social Standards. My director, Engineer Professor Gloria Chukudebe, would have been here personally to give the goodwill message in her capacity as the center leader of the center, because we are really involved in capacity building in the area of procurement and environmental management and social standards. I want to thank you so much for the warm welcome received so far. Indeed, I am pleased to be here to present a goodwill message on the occasion of your 2024 World Environment Day celebration. Today, we gather to celebrate World Environment Day, a day that reminds us of our collective responsibility to protect and nurture the only home we have, our beautiful planet. This year's theme, Land Restoration, Desertification, and Drought Resilience, is a powerful call to action, urging us to reflect on our relationship with the natural world and to commit to practices that promote sustainability and environmental stewardship. 2024 World Environment Day, hosted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is a chance to shine a spotlight on solutions to restoring land, halting desertification, and building drought resilience. Now, since 1973, World Environment Day, led by the United Nations Environment Program, has grown into a global platform for public outreach that is widely celebrated in over 100 countries. It is a day of unity and purpose where governments, organizations, and individuals come together to celebrate the environment and to advocate for policies and practices that protect it. Today, NRCRI, under the leadership of Professor Egesi, is championing this call for sustainable land management practices. And I'm sure as we rise from this occasion today, NRCRI will take commitment on land degradation neutrality. It's very important that that commitment is made today. As we stand here today, we are reminded of the immense challenges our planet faces: climate change, deforestation, pollution, and biodiversity loss. These issues are not distant threats. They are present realities that impact our health, our economies, and our future. But amidst these challenges, there is hope. indeed there is hope. If we collectively act now, there is hope because of the actions we take today and the commitments we make to secure a better tomorrow. Our celebration today is not just about acknowledging the problems, it is about celebrating the solutions and incredible work being done across the globe. From innovative renewable energy projects to community-driven conservation efforts, we are witnessing a wave of change that is both inspiring and essential. NRCRI, no doubt, has involved over the years sustainable land conservation practices in the operations. On one of the most happening aspects of the environmental management is the engagement of our youths. Young people around the world are raising their voices, demanding action, and leading initiatives that drive real change. Their passion and creativity are invaluable assets in our fight against environmental degradation. We must support and empower them, providing the tools and platforms they need to turn their ideas into action. We must wake up. They have the tomorrow. If we lose land, we have lost all. It's a clarion call for every one of us to rise up and take action. The role to play in this effort. Small actions, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. Whether it's reducing our plastic use, conserving water, planting trees, or advocating for sustainable policies, every effort counts. Let us commit to making environmentally conscious choices in our daily lives and encourage others to do so, to do the same. Businesses and industries also have a crucial role in shaping a sustainable future. By adopting green technologies, reducing waste, and committing to ethical practices, companies can lead the way in creating a more sustainable economy. We must continue to push for corporate responsibility and recognize those who make significant strides in this direction. Very important. We need to award companies who are environmentally conscious, who think for environmental sustainability and others. We should recognize them. Effective environmental policies are the backbone of sustainable development. We need strong legislation and international cooperation to address global environmental issues. Governments must prioritize environmental health and ensure that policies are implemented and enforced. Let us advocate for leaders who understand the importance of a sustainable future and who are willing to make difficult decisions for the greater good. I think we'll have to throw more light during the panel discussions on some of these problems and issues and way forward. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate World Environment Day, let us remember that this is more than a one-day event. It cannot end today. It is a movement, a commitment, and a call to action. Our environment's future depends on what we do today. Let us pledge to work together. Governments, businesses, communities, individuals, to protect and restore our planet. Thank you for being here, for caring and taking action. Together, we can create a healthier, more sustainable world for ourselves and for future generations. Happy Environment Day celebration. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we can do better. Another wonderful hands of applause. So Professor Chris Moko, our goodwill message. He is of the School of Environmental Management and Ecosystem, Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Professor Madwe BBC of Foiwe, the Vice Chancellor, I think he was earlier here. Maybe he's still on his way. He was earlier this morning here. So maybe he will take it goodwill message maybe when he steps in. I want to quickly recognize some of the union leaders. The chairman of SSA, Comrade Roland, you are highly recognized, comrade. The chairman of Academic Staff Union of Research Institutions, Asuri, is Sam here? Dr. Sam? Yeah, Dr. Sam, you're highly recognized. The chairman of NASU, Mr. Comrade Wankemad, is he around? Yes, it will interest us to know that since the executive director took over, there has been absolute peace, industrial peace and harmony in the institution, to the glory of God. Please, can we give them a hand of applause? So, the media, are we ready with the first presenter for this morning? It's okay, sir. Media, hold on, please. The virtual presenter should hold on, please. The Executive Director, National Root Crop Research Institute, Mudike Professor Chiedozie Egesi, will do his welcome address. After that, the virtual presentation can take place, please. The virtual presenter can just hold on. The Executive Director needs to welcome us as the chief host, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right, so I would like to thank you all for coming. I want to start by recognizing members of the high table, senior members of the academia. I know my colleague, the Vice Chancellor of the Michael Opera University of Agriculture, Umudike, was here earlier. And first of all, my apologies to us all. You all know how it has been throughout the week. It has been a hectic week. The labor unions and the federal government discussion and the nationwide strike. So it kind of affected a few of the plans we had. So we were supposed to start earlier than now. But you all understand that we still needed to pull this out, and we are grateful to God it's happening. So I want to thank the members of the high table, professors, and our own director, Dr. Asumoga, who joined us. Thank you for coming. And my colleagues, thank you, directors of the National Root Crop Research Institute and the management staff, and the entire scientists. Thank you, students. There was a quiz competition earlier on this morning, right? Do we have winners? Students, are they still here? Thank you. It was I think it was a very exciting quiz competition that happened on this day. So I want to thank everyone, including those that have joined us online. Special thanks to the OCP Africa Fertilizer Company, who are sponsoring together with us this occasion. So let us give them a clap. we applaud you for being partners in progress, not just for the World Environment Day. You have been partnering with us on many fronts in terms of agriculture and increasing productivity in Nigeria. So we are grateful to everyone who has joined us online and participating. Our substations are also connected, those in Iresi. I think the people in Jos are also connected, and Maro in Kaduna State. So, and we have people outside Nigeria who are all connected to us. We want to thank you and wish you a happy World Environment Day. So I'm here to just deliver a short welcome address. Especially today, we are all environmental stewards. We have to take care of our environment, of the ecosystem, so that it will be able to take care of us as well. So it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to our World Environment Day celebration. Today, we come together not to celebrate the natural world that sustains. We come together not only to celebrate the natural world that sustains us, but also to renew our commitment to protecting and preserving it for future generations. That's why the young ones are here, the students from secondary schools from our neighboring host communities. The theme for this year's World Environment Day is Restoring Nature, Our Path to a Sustainable Future. Highlights the urgent need for actions that repair the damage we have done to our planet Earth and pave the way for a more sustainable and resilient world. The World Environment Day is more than a global celebration. It is a call to action. Since its inception by the United Nations in 1974, this day has been a pivotal platform for raising awareness about the environmental issues that threaten our planet and mobilizing efforts to address them. Today, as we face unprecedented environmental challenges from climate change and loss of biodiversity and pollution and deforestation, our collective action is more crucial than ever. The environment is the foundation to our lives. It provides the air we breathe. It purifies it, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the natural resources we rely on for our livelihoods. Healthy ecosystems support a diversity of life forms and are essential for the stability of our climate, the fertility of our soils, and the purity of our waters. Therefore, protecting our environment is not just a moral imperative, but a practical necessity for ensuring the health, well-being, and prosperity of all peoples. Let us take a look at some items around today's World Environment Day. Carbon farming. Carbon farming is a path to regenerative agriculture. Today, I would like to draw a special attention to an innovative and impactful approach to environmental stewardship. It's called carbon farming. This practice is a cornerstone of regenerative agriculture, a holistic farming system that seeks to restore and enhance the health and vitality of our soils, ecosystems, and our communities. Carbon farming involves agricultural practices that enhance the capacity of our soil to capture and store carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. By increasing the organic carbon content of soils, carbon farming not only helps mitigate climate change by reducing greenhouse gas concentrations, but also improves soil health and productivity. Key practices in carbon farming include cover cropping, conservation tillage, and agroforestry, among many others. Likewise, regenerative agriculture is based on principles that regenerate and revitalize the health of the soil, increase biodiversity, improve water cycles, and enhance ecosystem services. Carbon farming is integral to regenerative agriculture. Regenerative practices can reduce input costs and increase farm profitability by enhancing soil fertility, reducing the need for chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and improving crop yields and quality. Establishing a carbon farm presents a holistic approach to farming that delivers multiple benefits. It not only contributes significantly to mitigating climate change by sequestering carbon, but also enhances soil health and increases soil biodiversity. Economically, it offers new revenue streams. For example, farmers can sell carbon credits generated by their carbon farming practices on carbon markets, providing an additional revenue stream and long-term productivity benefits. This is what we intend to achieve in this institute. So today, sometime in the afternoon, we'll be able to take you to our newly established carbon farm in the institute. And you will see, we want to use it to demonstrate the capacity to earn carbon credits and be able to demonstrate it for our farmers, that if you actually farm, your money does not come only from the farm produce, but also from the farm practice, from the farming system you choose to practice, if it is a conservative or regenerative agriculture. Socially, this carbon farming or regenerative agriculture supports community well-being, resilience, and improves food security. Furthermore, it can drive ecological restoration and provide valuable educational and policy advocacy opportunities. Overall, carbon farming represents a sustainable and forward-thinking model for agriculture that can lead to a more resilient and prosperous future. So, what is our role and our responsibility regarding this whole regenerative agriculture on a day like this? So, as we gather today, let us remember that the journey to a sustainable future requires collective action and shared responsibility. Governments, businesses, industries, scientists, farmers, and individuals like you and I, we all have a role to play in promoting and adopting practices that protect and restore our environment. Supporting carbon farming and regenerative agriculture is a powerful way to contribute to this mission. We must advocate for policies and incentives that encourage sustainable agricultural practices, invest in research and education to advance our understanding of soil health and carbon sequestration, and support farmers and communities in transitioning to regenerative systems. By doing so, we do not only safeguard our environment, but also ensure food security, enhance rural livelihoods, and build resilience against the impacts of climate change. So in conclusion, I want to ask us to embrace the spirit of the World Environment Day by committing to actions that restore and regenerate our natural world. Today, together, we can create a sustainable future where nature thrives and humanity flourishes. Thank you for being here today and for your dedication to protecting our planet. Let us make this World Environment Day a catalyst for a meaningful change and a brighter and a greener future for all. Thank you all.
Please, can we do another wonderful hand of applause to a very wonderful welcome address and a thought-provoking address on this day of World Environmental Day celebration from the Chief Executive Officer of this great institution and Executive Director, Professor Chiedozie Ngozi Egesi. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful welcome address and thought-provoking story about what is in store for us today. We want to take another goodwill message, please. This time around, we want the former acting executive director, Dr. G. Asmoa, to say something. Then after that, Professor Nzebule, please, you need to give us a short goodwill message. Dr. Sam, Dr. Solomon, communique. Let's drop something, one page after this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. MC. I'm happy to be in a familiar environment. Happy to see all of us smiling and saying we should celebrate this World Environmental Day. The executive director has said it all. We should be conscious of our environment. Things are changing. Things are not how they used to be. We are in a changing environment and a changing world. So we must adapt and conform. We should be conscious of the environment. Very important. It is real now. Nobody will tell you that things are changing. We have observed it. So I want to implore us to please adhere to the current situation. The researchers, farmers, especially on your farming activities, you must be timing this so that you will not regret the activities in the field. And also, some of us who use agrochemicals, we have to be careful and also time the use. To our policy makers, very important. We must tailor our policies to address the current environmental challenges. Let us protect our environment and develop appropriate solutions. Very important. And develop mitigating factors. Those factors that we know that will help us to check the current situation. Of course, scientists are here. I will implore you to start developing proposals. Proposals for grants to submit for the current environmental situation all over the world. Things are floating, so you must start writing proposals on this aspect. I want to congratulate you once again on this celebration of Environmental Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our own Dr. G.N. Asmoa, the former acting executive director of this great institution. We'll take another short goodwill message from Professor Emmanuel Nzebule. Professor Emmanuel Nzebule is with the College of Natural Resources and Environmental Management. Michael Opera, University of Agriculture, Modike.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the ED and the entire management of National Agricultural Research Institute for making this day to happen. Interestingly, this is a continuation of what the ED mentioned, taking collective action. Globally, we celebrate the World Environment Day just to highlight the importance of the environment, just to make sure that not only that we enjoy this day, we also have an opportunity of allowing future generations to enjoy the environment that God has bequeathed unto us. I'm so pleased with this year's theme of the conference. Perhaps it was influenced by the host, that is Saudi Arabia, that is hosting the conference, hosting the World Environment Day, which is land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience. And this has also importance in our country, Nigeria. Though down east, in our environment, immediate environment, we may not be talking about desertification, but whatever affects any part of Nigeria affects us even. In the north, we have desertification. We also have drought challenges. Our food we eat, tomato and so on, they are also part of our food delicacy. And not only that, when you are talking about headers clash that happens in the north, it also affects us because they are migrating downwards and also influencing our own lives. So the theme of this year's World Environment Day is important to us as a nation. Let me also want to acknowledge that when I came in, I saw the young ones, the people, our people from secondary school, from primary school here. And it thrilled my heart that yes, it's a relay race you hand over to the younger ones, and we are catching them young. It's part of sustainability. We take action wherever we are, and I appreciate the effort being made in this regard. Importantly also is the carbon farming, which I hear is now being championed by National Nuclear Research Institute. It is quite good. And I love it so much. I love it so much that we have a center to demonstrate that indeed this can be operationalized in even our own environment. And it is an ample opportunity, both for training, both for farmers who are around us, to learn that you can not only make money from the crops, but also from the being part of the carbon sequestration effort being made globally. Let me stop here by continuing to say thank you for this gathering. We are thinking globally, but we are taking action locally. And that is what we are doing here, and I appreciate you all. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Professor Emmanuel Nzebule, thinking globally and taking action locally. Well said. Thank you very much for that thought-provoking goodwill message. Some of our virtual presenters are ready. We'll take some of them. After that, we'll do the group photograph so that we don't keep them waiting. The media, is our virtual presenter ready? Dr. Donald Madukwe. Yes. Dr. Donald Madukwe is the head agronomy Africa Organization, OCP Africa Fertilizers Nigeria Limited. Dr. Donald, currently serving as the head of agronomy of OCP Nigeria Africa, commenced his tenure in 2018 as a senior agronomist. Progressing swiftly, he assumed leadership positions, including head of agronomy services and farmer-centric projects in Nigeria. And as the R&D coordinator for West and Central Africa, Dr. Madukwe vigorously advocates for farmer-centric strategies and the elimination of trade barriers within African markets. He has spearheaded various R&D initiatives aimed at promoting tailored fertilizers for smallholder farmers in Nigeria and beyond. His unwavering dedication underscores his profound commitment to fostering a sustainable food system across Africa. Dr. Donald Madukwe, welcome you for your presentation. Is he online now?
Yes, thank you, presenter, the coordinator. Thank you, the host. Hello. Sorry, a lot of echo. Can you hear me?
hear you here. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. Sorry, if you can mute your system because it's still getting the echo. Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to the organizers of today's event. I want to appreciate the executive director of the Institute, his commitment to ensuring that this program took place today, and Dr. Joy Emerald as well for coordinating relentlessly despite the hitches. Taking from the last speaker, I want to say we will continue to act locally as we think globally because environmental sustainability is not an option. It's something we must commit to. Do I need to share my screen or you have a screen shared? Can you see my screen? Yes, I said environmental sustainability is not an option, it's a must for us because we need to secure food for our nation. Food security has remained one of the pressing global issues today. And food security is something we need to pay so much attention to. And if we must achieve food security, then there is need for us to pay more attention to the land, the environment in its totality. Today, the number of persons living globally is increasing and even going to increase more in the future. Projections are looking at 9 billion people. And these 9 billion people will keep to mount pressure on agriculture, on the land. A lot of people, good fraction of these people are hungry, probably hidden hunger, physical hunger, have no access to food. Those who have a little access are not sure of the consistency of having this food. So as the population continues to skyrocket, the pressure increases and the need to secure the environment becomes more and more. Actions from the increasing population includes pressure on land, deforestation, and other conditions which are giving rise to climate change today. Climate change as it is today is mounting a lot of pressure also on agriculture because there is variability in conditions we used to know, the signals that we see and say, okay, time to produce. They are no longer there. We are grappling. We are trying to get hold of the system again. Productivity is going low every day because climate change actions are leading to soil degradation. Soil degradation specifically is what's felt here in our region, Africa. Soil degradation is giving rise also to low productivity. Low productivity generally is making us food insecure. We struggle to produce for local consumption, how much more to make sales and make income. Families are struggling. Those who farm the more are more hungry than others. We depend on importation, yet we cannot cover the gap. We deploy agronomic practices as much as we can, yet we are not meeting up the productivity level expected. And this condition is placing us on the edge. All the conditions, all the effects of climate change, we will feel it worse here in Africa. Should I just focus on Nigeria and say we'll feel it more in Nigeria? A lot of intensification in our practices just to make sure that we meet up with the food production is giving rise to a lot of conditions that threatens the health of the soil. As we continue to crop always, we remove our produce from the farm and we remove a lot of nutrients from the soil, reaping the nutrients of its glory. The rate of nutrient removal increases as the population increases because we need to feed every additional mouth that adds to the number. If you check again, our soils are deficient to a very large extent when you compare to other regions like the Europe and the North America. We are on the negative line, whereas they are on the positive. Over 300,000 or 300% more, while we are still grappling with reaching the mega volume declared in Abuja in 2006 of 50 kilograms per hectare. We lose a lot of potentials because of the intensifications, which is giving rise to degradation of the soil every day. This situation calls for proper attention to our soils, calls to deploy proper management properties to ensure that fertility of soil is maintained all through. Recently, I once told some group of persons in a webinar that the soil is a living thing and we must treat it as a living thing. The soil needs to replenish every nutrient that it has expended in growing any food per season. So if we don't pay attention to the management practices we adopt, we probably jeopardize the opportunity of feeding our nation or the growing populations in future. Sustainability is key if we must continue to exist. If we don't eat, we expose ourselves to a lot of dangers, including ill health. And when we don't eat good food, we also expose ourselves to worse situations. Hidden hunger is the worst. As I said earlier, we are underutilizing nutrients. We are underutilizing fertilizers. We are also utilizing fertilizers abnormally. And all this gives rise to situations that are unbearable in our system. Dimba et al. In 2022 examined a lot of conditions relating to nutrient stripping. And I believe that this is a true situation that requires urgent attention for us to make sure we grow better food. We all know the importance nutrient elements play, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and the potassium in food production system. We all understand that these are important elements and that without them, the crops cannot perform or complete their cycles. Hence, they are essential elements. How well we use them is very, very key to sustainability. That is to ask again, does fertilizers play a role in food production or sustainability or environmental sustainability? People would argue fertilizer is a chemical. It destroys the environment. We will not argue. We will look at the realities. One of the earlier speakers mentioned about timely use. There's need to use fertilizers and every other farm in agrochemicals timely, rightly, and at good proportions. For instance, nitrogen, not well properly used, creates problems to the environment. Phosphorus, in the other hand, even though we are not using enough of phosphorus as we should, yet, because we are misusing them, we are not adding them properly to the soils that require them. When they require them, we create conditions that are not favorable to the soil. All our crops require nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Even though in our soils in Nigeria, most areas do not require additional potassium, but we still have to because they do some essential works for the root system and stability of the soil. A lot of research work have gone into looking at the nutrient consumption levels and its impact on the food system. Looking at the dangers or the adverse effects of the fertilizers, say, there is still need for us to use fertilizers in increasing our productivity in terms of food production, but there is more need to use them properly, especially that the land available for cultivation is decreasing, probably due to desertification, probably due to encroachment for industrial expansion, a lot of other factors reducing the land available for cultivation. There is need to balance between environmental degradation and food productivity. One most efficient way to do this is to incorporate fertilizers, and we said fertilizers in all encompassing, be it organic, be it inorganic. We need to incorporate them. And I would say, more importantly, we need to pay attention to what the soil needs. And if you ask me, let us go organic. It will be better for us. However, we need to produce very rapidly more food. We need to increase the production, even though the lands available for cultivation are reducing. We still need to maintain high level of productivity. Given the components of organic manure alone, personally, I doubt our potentials to feed the teeming population. There is need for us to take an integrated approach. If you have seen the spring, the studies of Carla trying to examine the components of organic manure in relation to mineral fertilizers. We're looking at the quantities and the volume of this manure and the quantity of nutrients they can provide per time. And you can understand that there is need for an integrated approach, which is considering the use of both organic and inorganic fertilizers. And this is where considering the 4R principles of nutrient management becomes very, very essential. There is need to consciously select our sources of fertilizers, be it organic, be it inorganic. The sources has a lot to do with the compositions, especially the organic fertilizer. If we're sourcing our organic fertilizers from animal source production, there's a lot to desire about the quality because the quality of food eaten by the animal also plays a role to the quality of manure we use. However, we cannot contest the importance of this organic manure in enriching the organic matter of the soil. It is this organic matter that in turns promotes efficient use or utilization of mineral fertilizers applied. And this is why deploying the 4 R's of nutrient stewardship is key at a time like this. For us to maintain efficiency in our production, there is need for us to incorporate 4 R's. The 4 R's, meaning pointing to the right source, right quantities or rates, right time of application, and right placement. It is key for us to maintain efficiency. And when we said efficient nutrient management through 4R, it means that our fertilizers are utilized very well because we are placing them at time and right quantity. There are no excesses for environmental pollution, and the plants are ready to take them at a particular time they are being placed. So it makes for efficiency if we focus on 4R principles. Also, it helps for precision. One cup fits all approach doesn't work anymore in today's agriculture. There is need to tailor the fertilizer use to the requirements of the soil and the crop. So while we are using an integrated approach to ensure that the soil has good organic matters to take the mineral fertilizers we're going to add, there is need for us to add exact quantities required by the soil at a given time. When we do this, it also helps to ensure a kind of economic management of our resources in the sense that when you target your nutrients and provide what is needed per time, you save costs to your production. You don't add excessive nutrients that are not needed. You don't add to environmental pollution because of your adding nutrients that are not required per time. So it also helps you save your money that you have spent on extra nutrients, and you can save them and reduce your cost of production. So appropriateness of 4R is because it guides you to management. It helps you focus your nutrients, tailor your nutrient management or nutrient application to what is needed. And the implication for the 4R is that it helps to synergize between the economic, environmental, and social components of farming business. Most often, when we look at fertilizers, talking about inorganic fertilizers, we only look at the negative side. We think, oh, it contributes to hazards or has negative impacts in the environment. But then, on the other end, we can see that in recent times there is need for us to embrace mineral fertilizer usage. And when we're talking about embracing the use of mineral fertilizers, not using it carelessly, as the previous speaker said, there is need to understand the active ingredients, their actions, how they work, and application as well. The crops that we are trying to feed through the soil, they have what we call their stages, phenological stages. And these stages define the quantity and the type of nutrients they need per time. A good understanding of the crop cycle will also help us manage our nutrients efficiently. What possible advantages can mineral fertilizers contribute, especially in terms of carbon sequestration as we are battling with climate change? One would think they have no connection, but on the other hand, researchers have said there are connections, and mineral fertilizers can actually contribute to soil carbon sequestration. The question is how? In the first place, when we introduce mineral fertilizers, it helps us to increase our productivity even on a marginal land. We don't need to struggle to increase the area under start to look for how to clear more land, increase the productivity per time on a particular piece of land by incorporating mineral fertilizers. This helps to increase the growth of plants and increase the biomass which are returned to the soil and they decay into organic matter also. So when this happens, it increases the possibility of the crop to grow well and give the crops resilience to stress conditions, be it biotic or abiotic stresses during the growing cycle. And these fertilizers help the crops to develop good vegetative cover, which helps to cover the soil per time, and at this time, carbon is sequestered into the soil. I've asked the question, can mineral fertilizers contribute to soil carbon sequestration? And that I have just explained. You can see below some names of materials that can give you more information on this. Another thing again is, can it contribute to climate change mitigation? I said yes, it can. When the biomass is returned to the field, carbon is sequestered and means that more carbon is trapped in the soil and the climate change condition is being mitigated through this process. Even though our fertilizer consumption is low, we need to focus on efficient ways of using these fertilizers. Some researchers already have to that. You can access this material online, also Rajan et al. 2023 has exemplified how these crop residues can contribute to organic matter and also trap carbon in the soil. As I mentioned earlier, there are some practices we need to embrace to improve nutrient use efficiency, which will increase food production and also create a sustainable environmental conditions. I have mentioned incorporating organic matters as a way of maintaining the soil health. In addition, the ED had mentioned their carbon farming activities. This is a very good practice. Conservation tillage or minimum tillage is important. Activities that will reduce the exposure of the soil to be able to, so that the soil over time can trap carbon in the soil. Crop management practices, effective weed controls and crop rotations. Cover cropping, not trying to leave the soils bare over time can help. One key thing is balanced fertilization we should pay attention to. Over the years, since 2016, OCP Africa in Nigeria has been championing this cause of balanced fertilization. We pay attention to the core need of the soil through soil analysis. Yes, it might be very expensive for the farmers to conduct soil analysis, and this is where the industries come in, where private sector also come to help, like OCP Africa. OCP provides free soil testing to farmers in their communities and then provide recommendations. This is to help the farmers maintain balanced fertilization. And in where needed, we also recommend organic fertilizers, organic manure, so that there can be good soil health, good organic matter to create condition for efficient use of the mineral fertilizer. I have mentioned 4R stewardship, and this is a very important aspect because optimizing the time and the kind of fertilizer use is very key for increased productivity, which will lead to increased revenue and good health as well. Another approach we can take is to look at some genetic approaches, which looking at nutrient efficient crops, looking at how we can use good yielding varieties to increase our productivity. Yes, we said that mineral fertilizers can increase crop yields. Mineral fertilizers can help us mitigate climate change and also help in carbon sequestration. We need to also pay attention to the type of policies we make. There is need for the policymakers to collaborate with researchers, institutions who have the track records so that they can make policies that can support the activities of well-meaning industrial players to be able to achieve food, a good food system in Africa as a whole. Policies should be put in place to checkmate activities of fertilizer use. Quality issues are not the most challenging these days, so policies should look into these areas. There should be policies that can enforce the increased use of fertilizers, proper use of fertilizers rather. And with this, I am saying, maintaining our environment, securing food is not an option. It is a must. We need to and we must secure enough food for the growing population. We need to ensure that our soils are healthy at all times and we don't jeopardize the opportunity of the coming generation to use this same soil. We need to build resilience against droughts conditions. We need to begin to intensify our actions in terms of tree planting and others to fight back desertification. We may not, like the other speakers say, we may not really appreciate the extent of desertification and what harm it is causing today because we are not in that region. But those in the north can testify and they can bear first-hand witness of the adverse effects of desertification today. Loss of biodiversity and other actions. Together we can actually feed the world if we pay particular attention to the health of the soil and make sure we use our fertilizers judiciously and safely. Thank you very much.
Please, another wonderful round of applause for Dr. Donald Madukwe, Head Agronomy, Africa Organization, OCP Africa Fertilizers, for that wonderful and thought-provoking paper delivered on this day.
Moderator, you are still muted.
Hello? Okay. A lot of issues came up, which we will dwell more during the panel of discussion. Desertification, decreasing lands, timely, rightly, efficient use of fertilizer. Personally, he doubts if we can feed this country with just organic. So we'll talk more on this during the panel of discussion to dwell more on it. Probably questions might come during that panel or we go back to the next session. Okay, next presentation. So Dr. Madukwe, during the panel of discussion, will throw more light on your paper, and if there may be one or two issues, you will also clarify. So we would welcome the second presentation by Dr. Joy Emerald. Dr. Joy Emerald is a distinguished scientist with a multidisciplinary background in geography, natural resources management, and plant production systems. She obtained her first degree in geography from Abia State University, Uturu. Her master's degree with natural resources management from State University of New York, College of Environmental Science and Forestry, Syracuse, New York. And her doctoral degree from the prestigious Wageningen University, Netherlands. Her career reflects a commitment to advancing sustainable agricultural practices and promoting environmental conservation. Dr. Emerald is known for her analytical abilities, innovative approach to challenges, and dedication to sustainability. She has conducted pioneering research on sustainable plant production systems, emphasizing the integration of agroecological practices to enhance crop yields while preserving natural resources. Dr. Emerald's work bridges the gap between scientific research and practical applications, making a tangible impact in science and local communities. Dr. Emerald is a fellow of the African Women in Agricultural Research and Development Award Fellowship, an alumna of Ford Foundation International Fellowship Program and the Netherlands Fellowship Program. I present to you Dr. Joy Emerald to do your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Okoye, for that introduction. I join to welcome you for today's event. We are celebrating the World Environment Day 2024. And I am happy that you honored it irrespective of the inconveniences. I am very grateful. Thank you very much. And I am going to take you through an exciting presentation that you will not regret being here today. So let's go. I'm going to speak on the topic agroforestry for carbon sequestration and food security. The theme of this year's World Environment Day encompasses environmental restoration and resilience to droughts. It as well is of critical importance as it emphasizes the importance of ecological restoration and biodiversity conservation as fundamental components of sustainable development, thereby highlighting the need for global efforts to restore degraded ecosystems and to ensure a healthy and resilient planet for all to stay in. Sorry about the delay. I am going to be presenting from here. You will be hearing my voice wherever you are. So let's look at the overview once again. Environment Day this year encompasses environmental restoration and resilience to droughts. This emphasizes the critical importance of ecological restoration and biodiversity conservation as fundamental components of sustainable development. And this highlights the need for global efforts to restore degraded ecosystems and to ensure a healthy and resilient planet for our future generations. The photo on the screen is showing how the human activities have contributed to the destruction of the environment and how we can, with deliberate ecological restoration projects, restore our environment, restore and stabilize our environment. So alongside this, there is need to double food production, just like the last speaker, Dr. Donald, emphasized on. So, and to meet up with this growing population, there is need to double and provide more food to sustain them. But the traditional methods have caused various environmental and social issues, such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and soil fertility loss. As a response, there is a growing consensus to shift to a more multifunctional agricultural system that's aligning crop production with broader environmental objectives. And an example of such a multifunctional system, is agroforestry. As we all may know, that agroforestry is a system that combines trees and crops to enhance productivity. It enhances soil quality, enhances biodiversity conservation, and supports carbon sequestration while providing various ecosystem services. Agroforestry system is that cropping system that moves towards the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal 2 and Sustainable Development Goal 15. And this is very important. The photo showing on the screen is a young agroforestry setup where the crops are on the alleys with the young trees growing by the side. So many environmental challenges can be addressed by planting trees into the farm or landscape as they perform the mentioned services. So this presentation, we focus on exploring the manifold benefits of agroforestry in agronomic productivity and carbon sequestration. The photo there is as well explaining further the benefits of agroforestry system, including enhancing soil biodiversity and nutrient recycling. There are different types of agroforestry, but the major agroforestry practices in Africa include the home gardens, the hedgerow intercropping, is as well called alley cropping, the woodlots, scattered trees on farm, and so on, including the fruit tree-based agroforestry. We will focus on hedgerow intercropping, also called alley cropping, and fruit tree-based agroforestry, because both fit well into already existing farming system program of NRCRI. It as well will enhance the root and tuber crops production and other products while improving ecosystem services, including carbon sequestration. Now the hedgerow intercropping or alley cropping system, agroforestry system. It is a specific agroforestry system where annual crops are planted between rows of woody plants or trees, usually nitrogen-fixing leguminous species, example the pigeon pea. The photo there is showing how it's a field setup. We call it a field map or a field design, explaining how hedgerow intercropping system is put on the field. At the alley, the crops can be planted, our food crops can be planted in between the trees, growing side by. And this can be interchanged according to the farmer's choice. So regardless of the many attributes of agroforestry systems, farmers hardly adopt it, or the adoption is still slow. And this is due to several reasons, such as complexity of the systems. That is, which includes tree spacing. You can see the more the trees, the less the yield. So decision on optimum plant population based on the main purpose of the alley cropping system plays a major role towards the yield targets. That is it meant for crop production? Are we interested in harvesting our mandate crops in this instance? Or are we interested in the trees? Or other purposes such as maybe biodiversity conservation, providing habitats for other organisms, and maybe protecting the soil. All these will determine how these trees are spaced on the field. And the figure there is showing the yield of an alley cropping system being determined by the planting population, that is the population density. This will help the farmer to make a decision, remembering that the more the population density on the field, the lesser the yield. So let's look at the fruit tree-based agroforestry. This is intentional, simultaneous cultivation of annual or perennial crops with fruit trees on the same piece of land. In our own case, crops such as ginger, turmeric, taro, and so on can be systematically intercropped with the diverse fruits and economic trees. The photo there is showing by the side, you can see along the trees, we can seed our shade-loving crops like ginger and turmeric, and then taro and other crops like sweet potato can be planted by the side. And based on this kind of system, I will show you how agroforestry contributes to climate change adaptation. So with that system, like example, the fruit tree agroforestry system, the soil is greatly improved. The soil health is improved. And this is as a result of improved water infiltration, improved microbial activities, and decreased nutrient runoff.
Systems to contribute towards contribution to sustainable land management, biodiversity conservation, and improved resilience to environmental stresses. Thank you very much, Dr. Joy Emerald, for that wonderful, thought-provoking lecture or paper presented. Yeah, is the first presenter, is he still there? Because he said he needed to run off somewhere. He needed to entertain one or two questions. Is the first presenter still online? Dr. Madukwe? Media? Or we quickly go over to the third presentation. Can we go over to the third presentation? Abochi Nonso Bartholomew. Increasing environmental literacy, community-based solutions. Abochi Nonso Bartholomew. Good. I hope he's online. So, let's just read a brief citation on this gentleman. Abochi Nonso Bartholomew is a distinguished environmental and climate change specialist with over a decade of professional experience. He holds a Master in Project Management from Rome Business School and an MSc in Agronomy from the Michael Okpara University of Agriculture, Domodike. As the Director of Programs and Projects at Batman Center for Environmental and Sustainable Development, Chinonso works at the Science Policy Interface, advancing climate policy through meaningful interactions between decision makers and researchers. He co-led the development of Nigeria's monitoring, reporting, and verification system for the agriculture and forestry sector, a critical component for meeting Nigeria's reporting obligations to UNFCCC. He also leads a country work stream for the African Adaptation Initiative project, aimed at developing investable and bankable project pipelines in 23 African countries. He is also co-leading the work stream developing the just and gender inclusive transition for the oil and gas and agriculture sector. His work includes developing adaptation and mitigation screening models and toolkits for various development projects in Nigeria. Chinonso is an active member of several professional bodies, including the International Union of Conservation of Nature, Commission on Ecosystem Management. He has significantly contributed to capacity building initiatives, providing training on climate mainstreaming, disaster risk reduction, value chain development, and sustainable practices across critical development sectors in Nigeria. I present to you Abochi Nonso Bartholomew to do justice to this presentation and paper titled Increasing Environmental Literacy, Community-Based Solutions. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I will just do a quick rundown. We'll just look at how do we increase environmental literacy, using a community-based solutions. But before I start, I want to also thank the director, then also the DG for NRCRI and the organizers of the event as well. It's a pleasure to join you today as you also celebrate the World Environment Day. So quickly, because of time, when we talk about environmental literacy, we are looking at soft skills or mechanisms that would help to empower not just individuals but communities. In terms of knowledge, what we call power skills that can help in making proper informed decisions. When we look at the level of policy interface, especially when we are developing national frameworks and policies, we see that part of the core gaps within the MDAs is when you come down to the issue of capacity. But right now we're looking at environmental focused capacity building or literacy here, and we can't make informed decisions unless capacities are built, and then we cannot also make sustained interventions unless we are also able to build capacity at both local and community level as well. So in terms of Nigeria having diverse ecological wealth in terms of both environmental, in terms of other resources, biodiversity resources, it becomes critical for us to strengthen capacity at the community level. And then I've listened to all the comments and the speech so far. And then one thing stands clear, that an informed and engaged community, especially where the research institute is domiciled, is critical, in terms of having a strengthened backbone for effective environmental stewardship. So we will just look at some of the strategies. We'll just look at some of the current trends and gaps and challenges, and then we can just make a quick recommendation. And then I'm also happy to see what you're also currently doing in terms of the carbon farming. So if there is also where we can support, support on that, maybe that we can also discuss later. But I think that's a fantastic innovation there, and then really commendable. So in terms of trends, in Europe, for example, generally climate literacy is within the average range of 80% in terms of population. But as compared to what we have in Africa, for example, we just go through a particular study that was done to look at the issue of environmental literacy within African countries. And you can see that there are also variations in terms of country to country, then variations in terms of within country literacy level. Then you now downscale to gender disparity. Then you look at the issue of urban and rural difference as well. You look at the issue of education level as well. So those differences are already clear in terms of what literacy levels can be seen or noticed, by the time you go down scales too. So in terms of Africa, on the average, you will see 37% in terms of literacy level when it comes to climate change. From certain within Africa too, you can see countries like Mauritius, Uganda seems to have higher literacy level compared to Nigeria that seems to sit within the average score of 30%. As compared to all African countries too. And when you now also go in terms of within country difference, you can see that there are some certain states within the country that seems to also be ahead of others, even though this comparison seems not to cover the whole 36 states. But in terms of the sample states, you could see that Kwara State seems to have about 71% literacy level. If you go down west in terms of Lagos, in terms of Ogun, and then maybe by the time you come down south is Anambra, some part of Imo, Enugu, and a little of Abia as well. But if you are now going up north from Middle Belt up to northeast and northwest, you could see that literacy level drops. And part of the key indicator there is also in terms of level of education. You can see as compared to Kwara State, that's the sample state here, you can see 71%. And then if you compare that to Kano that has 5%, that's quite some significant gap. All right. And then if you now look at the issue of urban and rural difference, you can also see within the subnational units, in terms of subnational government, on the average, we have about 33%. Okay. Now, coming to level of education, definitely it's a no-brainer that people who are more educated will definitely be more climate literate. And then if you now also take that literacy level higher, those who have university education would also be more literate because they have more exposure. And then if you now come down to in terms of gender, you can also see that little percentage, you can see that we have more male, having more access to, extension services, for example, where you also have, climate-related conversations also ongoing there as well. And then definitely we cannot also compare those who are more well-to-do that are living in urban areas that have access to technology, to information, and then compare that to those who are also in the rural communities that don't have access to technology and information. So definitely this also plays a key role. But at the baseline of all this, we are saying that education is a strong predictor here, in terms of how these informations are perceived and received, especially at the community level as well. So in terms of challenges, definitely some of them we already highlighted. So we have limited access to quality education. So I don't think I may flog that so much. So we have structural deficiencies, and then lack of trained educators, especially those who are focused, who have not just focus, but have strong background knowledge, around environmental related issues. Okay, so there's no specific training for teachers, especially because we are trying to see how this training or this capacity can distill down to secondary school to primary school, so that the environmental consciousness, fantastic. I saw the quiz this morning and I was also really impressed, to build that environmental consciousness down from the primary school down to the secondary school, and then that that capacity to have trained people can build that seems also be available. So there seems to be a lot more focus on core sciences that are required to pass the central exams and all that. So we have the issue of socioeconomic barriers. I think I've already mentioned that, in terms of poverty, in terms of rural-urban divide that is there. So in terms of lack of awareness and for that technical glitch, I don't know if you can still hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, if you can let me know so that I can continue. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So sorry for that. I had to switch to another net. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So sorry for that. Okay, so we have in terms of part of the critical issues we've also experienced so far is the issue of socio-cultural, lack of awareness and prioritization. I think I've mentioned that, but most importantly, the issue of culture, and also want to pay attention. So I saw how during the presentation of Kola, how we switched from English to the local dialect. That was fantastic. So those kind of approach would also increase the acceptance of climate related resources or education, especially at the local level. So we can focus on developing literary materials that are in local language, specific local language. That way the linguistic barrier can be mitigated or or removed, and then the cultural resistance can also be reduced as well, so people can have increased acceptance in terms of what we are trying to communicate, and then the technology barrier is already there, but we can also look at innovative learning tools that are adaptable to the local context, since we are looking at the issues of community focused solutions, all right, in terms of increasing literacy as well. Now so in terms of the concept, so when we talk about community-based approach, so it's a collective environmental literacy approach. But this approach is dynamic. This approach is also synergistic, all right, because it has a way of leveraging shared resources. So we are not undermining the knowledge base of the indigenous people within the scope of influence, in terms of where we are trying to cover, or in terms of where we are trying to bring the innovations to, all right. So we take note of that this approach is dynamic and is also synergistic. So we are moving from individualistic approach to more aggregate actions, all right, that would have a more sustainable impact, all right, especially for issues within the system or the environmental system we are trying to address. So for individualized approach, what we've noticed over time is that you will require more effort. You require to nudge people more. You require to encourage people more. You require what they need to do when they need to do it, as compared to when you have a collective approach. Okay, when everybody knows, okay, I have a role to play in this process, and it is for our collective good. So once that ownership is established, then sustainability becomes a possibility within the context of what you are trying to communicate as well. Okay, now so there are 4 layers to this approach. One, it is dynamic, meaning it's not a static process. So as new innovations are coming up, we will need to advance as well. So we are not staying at a place. So the knowledge base is dynamic. So as we are, as we are reflecting on what we've already done, we are adapting what works, we are removing what is not working,
to make sure that what we are trying to adopt suits within the local context we are also trying to support. So now this process supports adaptation because in Africa adaptation is key because we are trying to build resilience within the local communities. Okay. Now this also allows for issues of collective development because it's dynamic, because it's it's a process that is moving towards a collective good. Then you can see the issue of collective development coming at fore, and then people can mature at the same time. Issues can mature, solutions can mature in terms of adaptation. So in terms of knowledge as well, you can see that maturation coming up, across board without leaving anyone behind or leaving any community behind as well. Okay, and then secondly, it is also synergistic. So you can see that we are moving from an individualistic approach to more aggregate focused approach. So there's opportunity to distribute resources. There's also an opportunity for efficient utilization of resources. So we're not duplicating efforts, along the line as well. And then definitely every group has something that is unique to them. So there's an opportunity to also share in that diversity. Okay, bringing a lot of insight, bringing a lot of strength to make the process become more sustainable as well. And then we have opportunities to also share a lot of resources. I think I've explained that earlier. We are also minimizing waste. We are also maximizing innovation of groups, both small groups and large groups. While we're also developing innovations and technologies, we're also taking cue from what the local populace needs in terms of local suggestions, in terms of local knowledge that has been there over a period of time as well. And then finally, in terms of the skill, the possibility for scaling this ideology. So we are seeing how we can scale what we are trying to communicate, because by the time we go collective, by the time we go community based, there's an opportunity to take this knowledge, as a collective process and then transfer that to another. So we don't need to replicate effort over and over and over again, trying to do exactly the same thing. Okay, and so what are those approaches? What are those strategies? What can we do to improve learning? I think part of what we are doing now is also one of them. So community workshops. So that the approach here is that we are going to identify community members. I think we're already doing that in some of our downscaling or extension activities, where you identify a lead farmer. But this time around, you're going to identify a lead educator or a local facilitator who you can transfer this knowledge to. By the time you are done with the community workshops, where you have interactive sessions and learning experiences, but which are specifically tailored to the local circumstance. Okay, now from that local community, you identify a local facilitator who the people know, who the people trust, and then empower the person, build the person's capacity, so that they can communicate the resources that have been made available to this local community. And then you can say that adoption of these innovations and technologies can also become possible. So we're not just looking at technology adoption, we're also looking at in terms of awareness, in terms of knowledge, so people know exactly what is going on and they also know how best to adapt. So for example, we had a series of heat waves at the beginning of the year, so people know exactly why that heat wave is happening and how long that may likely happen, and then what can be done to mitigate against the impact of that kind of heat wave. So that's that kind of literacy level we are talking about. And then so using local knowledge and practices, so we're already doing that. So in some of the projects we are designing now, we take cue from indigenous knowledge. So you want to do something like we have an experience in one of the African countries mentioned, but we brought in the experts from other from the field who are the engineers, and they say, okay, this is the way it's supposed to be, this is how it's supposed to be. They actually wanted to build a mini dam and all that. So but the local community said no. The leaders came there and said no. If you build it this way you want to build it, by the first rain, the flood will wash away what you build. Why not build it in this direction? So based on expertise, the engineer said no, this is the structure, this is the way it's supposed to be. And to our surprise, immediately the first rain came, the flood took away that structure. So now, if we don't integrate local knowledge in both project design and implementation, or when we are now trying to develop, literary products or knowledge products, then you may not have the best outcome, right? So there is a lot of resources, there's a lot of wisdom, embedded within the local community that we can extract. So if proper stakeholder consultations are done, especially when these knowledge products are being developed, okay? And now also making use of case studies. For example, we have an issue in South Africa, for example, where we had some level of sustained drought. So what did they do? They had to tweak the curriculum of their secondary school to integrate, issues around, climate change and environment. So what's the idea? So these children have parents who are not educated. So once the children are educated, the awareness, they are fully aware. They are also, their capacity is built. They can communicate this to their parents who will be more receptive, in terms of, because of where it's also coming from. And in terms of resources, this is also more sustainable because it is less expensive, in terms of reaching all the communities, different community to illustrate what the people can relate to, what the people can understand, in terms of context, in terms of visuals, what they have seen, what they can understand and what they can also relate to. So that way we can have the kind of impact we would want to also have. And then we're also doing this here. We can see the environmental clubs. I think this also should be encouraged. Where there are resources should also be made available.
Recording in progress.
Where the children come.
Is this still on? We'll hand over the microphone to the executive director of this great institution, Professor Chiedozie Ngozi Egesi, to introduce the special guest in our midst today.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Special practices.
Would you ask the presenter to give us a few minutes? Let him get ready and we'll get back to him. Has he set up his slides back on screen? While we're doing that, I want us to all stand up as a mark of honor to welcome our keynote speaker. Let us applaud him as we're standing. Don't be quiet. Thank you. We have in our midst Honorable Dr. Sam Onibo. Honorable Sam Onibo was formerly, or the immediate past representative, House of Representative member representing Ikwanumwahia Federal Constituency. And right now, he is the Southeast representative in the Northeast Development Commission. And he is a well-renowned environmentalist. And he's brought a lot of environmental bills and laws and many environmental things that Nigeria has benefited from. And he's son of the soil. He's from this place, and we are happy and glad to have him in our midst. He left everything all the way from Abuja. Thank you so much, sir. Very soon we will hear from the keynote speaker, and then we will take a panel from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. It's okay. We are done with that presentation. Thank you very much. Okay. He was almost done. We've taken all the details. Okay. Group photograph. It's okay. It's okay. So, now that the guest speaker is here, we will now do a group photograph. After the group photograph, we will now do a tour round of the farm. visit to NRSRI carbon farming project. And this will be led by Mr. Paul Ekeledo, who is anchoring that, and a walk to the NRSRI experiment carbon farm for laying of stone immediately after the group photograph, before we now come back for the keynote address. We are all welcome back from the field trip. So we come to the last wrap of this activity for today, with the presence of the honorable member here. I think those on the high table, please, can we kindly take back our seats on the high table? The executive director. Okay. The executive director, Professor Chidozie Egesi, please, we can take back our seats, and the former member of the House of Rep, please. Members of the high table, we have already constituted a high table. Can you kindly take back your seats? Thank you. So that because soon we will hear from Honorable Sam Onibo, the keynote speaker for today. Directors, please. Yes, please. To the high table. Directors to the high table, please. Dr. Emun Banaso, Dr. Mrs. Anyebunam, Dr. Marcel, Dr. Tokula, Dr. Fred, please, to the high table. Yes, so that the high table will be properly constituted. So I will be calling on the executive director of this great institution, Professor Chidozie Egesi, to invite the Honorable Sam Onibo in our midst, former House of Rep member, Ikuano Umuahia North and Umuahia South Federal Constituency, to do his paper. When he comes, then we'll read his citation.
All right. Thank you once again, Dr. Benjamin Okoye. We just came back from the field, and what I wanted to let you know is what happened. You must have seen some of it on the screen. We went and commissioned the NRCRI Regenerative Agroforestry Farm. It's a demonstration farm for carbon farming, or a carbon farming demonstration site. What we commissioned today is a little over 1 hectare, but we are targeting a 5-hectare carbon farm. The interesting thing, or one of the highlights, was that our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Sam Onibo, was able to plant a tree, a tree for the agroforestry farm, an indigenous tree. And it's a very memorable occasion. And he's going to cap it up now with a keynote address. I had earlier presented or introduced him, but we're going to hear a citation on Professor Sam Onibo. So, Honorable Sir, we're going to call you to come forward with your presentation, and then your citation will be read as you come by Dr. Okoye. Let us clap for Honorable. A standing ovation. Give honor to whom honor is due. Let us welcome him with a rousing applaud. Thank you, sir. Dr. Okoye.
Thank you, my Executive Director, Professor Chiedozie Ekesi. Wonderful epoch-making occasion. We've just seen a glance of the tree planting exercise on the screen. Wonderful. So, profile of Rep. Sam Onibo, FCIS, FNIM, and KJW. Rep. Sam Onibo was born on the 1st October 1960 in Umuahia, Abia State, and had his early education at Community Primary School, Obuohia Obibere, Ikuano, Abia State. He later attended Oboro Secondary Commercial School, Umudike, Ikuano, Abia State. He proceeded to Alvan Ikoku College of Education, Owerri, Imo State, for his Nigeria Certificate in Education. He also obtained a diploma in law from the University of Lagos and a master's in business administration from the Enugu State University of Science and Technology, Enugu. He attended the John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, USA, for the Executive Education Program on Leadership, U.S. Department of State Foreign Service Institute, National Foreign Affairs Training Center, Washington, D.C., Public Affairs Council, Washington, D.C., Training on Security by ASIS International at New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. Onibo, who trained in finance, accounting, and corporate governance, and is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators, London. Fellow Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered. Member, ASIS International, Virginia, USA. And Petron, Nigerian Institute of Management, Umuahia, Chapter. He worked for over 17 years of unbroken and meritorious service with the U.S. Embassy, Nigeria. He is a recipient of several meritorious honor awards from the U.S. Department of State, Professional and Vocational Service Awards from Rotary Club International, Award of Honor from the Forum of Commissioners of Finance of Nigeria, several long service awards from the U.S. Department of State, letters of commendation from 2 former U.S. ambassadors to Nigeria. Honorable Onibo was Special Advisor, Public Affairs, Office of the Speaker, 6th House of Representatives, National Assembly, Abuja. He was the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry, Lands and Survey, and later Finance and Economic Development. A former board member, International Glass Industries Limited, ABA, all in Abia State. He has been actively involved in various aspects of service to various communities. He is a central home of Obuohia Obibere and his places of work and residence. He founded a public secondary school, the Ambassadors College, Obuohia Ibere. At the international level, he is the Vice President, Africa Branch, Global Legislators Organizations for a Balanced Environment, Globe, and Senior Advisor, Climate Parliament. Honorable Onibo, who is the sponsor and father of Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021, assented to by President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, on November 14, 2021, has been honored with awards by many institutions and bodies in recognition of the historic role he played as the sponsor and champion of Nigeria getting a climate change legal framework. The act led to the establishment of the National Council on Climate Change. He represented Ikuano, Umuahia North, and Umuahia South Federal Constituency at the House of Representatives from 2015 to 2019, 2019 to 2023, becoming the first representative from the constituency to be re-elected. In 2019, he was elected to the Board of Global Legislators for a Balanced Environment International. As the Vice President, Africa branch, the first Nigeria to be so recognized. He was the president of Globe Nigeria 2019 to 2023, after serving as its vice president between 2016 to 2019. He was the chairman of Climate Parliament Nigeria between 2020 to 2023. On 27th November 2023, Honorable Onibo was unveiled as one of the 30 global leaders on climate change by New York-based Business Insider in recognition of his position as a global leader, working towards climate and environmental solutions. The 10th House of Representatives recognized him as a worthy ambassador of the House on November 28, 2023. He was also one of the 5 legislators inducted into the National Assembly Most Valuable Parliamentarian Hall of Fame. Class Rep of 2023. Honorable Sam Onibo, who was honored by the Methodist Church Nigeria as Knight of St. John Wesley on September 24, 2023, also holds 3 traditional chieftaincy titles. Honorable Onibo is currently member, Southeast Governing Board, and chairman of the Committee on Security, Climate Change, and Special Interventions of the Northeast Development Commission, NEDC. He is married to Pastor Dame Princess Chinyere Onibo, JP, and they are blessed with children. I present to you Honorable Sam Onibo to do justice to his paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Executive Director of the National Root Crops Research Institute, Umudike, Nigeria, Professor Chedozie Egesi. Please permit me, because I know that before now you must have established protocol properly. Permit me to use you as a point of contact to reach out to all the professors here. I've seen Professor Nsebula and the rest of them, all of them, people in management, in admin, and all that, because time is far spent. And then let me also greet all the dignitaries who are here, who have been waiting, who have been participating in this event since morning. I also welcome you. And I'm trying to greet in a special way the very young people, the students from different secondary schools, about 3 of them, who are here. You also recognized. Of course, I'll not do that without saying, ladies and gentlemen, but before then, the members of the press, the media, I recognize you especially. So please permit me to just go through. I'll try to be a bit fast. Prof, I think let me give you a copy so you can glance through as we are going on. Okay. This is a keynote address by me. We've done protocols. Today, Wednesday, June 5, 2024, is World Environment Day. The main aim of this commemoration is to, quote, encourage communities to take action towards protecting the environment, unquote. The objective is to advocate for policy changes and promote environmental policies at local, national, and international levels. For us gathered here at the National Root Crops Research Institute, Omodike, and for others in their various villages, communities, and urban centers, today is a very important day in the lives of humans, animals, plants, seas, and lands. Let me just make a little digression, Prof. and the members of the high table. I would like to say that I am honored to be here in a way, and I'm going to talk about the role that this institute has played for 100 years now. This institute, this is my local government. This institute has played a very vital role, pivotal role in bringing development to this part of the country. I recall that during the Civil War, this institute played a very important role for the whole of the people of Eastern region. I also know that I lived on this campus at some point in my life. But I would like to remember one sad aspect that happened. During the war, I lost a relative, here on this campus that was killed through bombing, when they were fighting and all that. So for me, National Root Crops Research Institute, you extend it to the Michael Okpara University, Government College, everything around here will have a special place for it. So I thought that for this critical role, it's important for you to have a round of applause for the Institute. And I would like to thank the Prof. Chiedozie, the Executive Director and the Management of National Root Crops Research Institute, for inviting me to give the keynote address for this year's celebration. Annually, we usually must accord this day important recognition and meaningful celebration so as to internalize that fact in the hearts and minds of everyone, especially the young ones who are here today from different secondary schools. Please clap for yourself. It is important to recognize and commend the management, the professor, everyone for all the hard work and dedication that you have put into this institute. Now we're going to the main issue. The theme of this year's event, which focuses on land restoration, desertification, and drought resilience, is apt. This is because it seems as if it was resumed to address the challenges of desertification, drought, and the need to restore degraded land across 11 northern states covering about 1,531 kilometers. The centerpiece of this theme led to the drying up of Lake Chad, forced migration, competition for scarce resources, security challenges, and the resultant insurgency, banditry, and kidnapping in that part of the country. A challenge that has even spread to other parts of the nation. Legal frameworks and bylaws on environment and climate change actions in Nigeria are generally predicated on the mandates of the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Paris Agreement, Convention on Biological Diversity, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, the Climate Change Act 2021, the Nigerian Constitution, etc. Climate change, biodiversity, and desertification conventions were direct outcomes of Earth Summit held in Rio de Janeiro in June 1992, which are popularly referred to as the Rio triplets, quote and unquote. UNEP was given the mandate to, quote, provide leadership, deliver science, and develop solutions on a wide range of issues, including climate change, the management of marine and terrestrial ecosystems, and green economy development, unquote. Similarly, the UNFCCC, which currently has 198 parties, by parties we are talking about countries that belong to the association or that belong to the convention, was established by countries to combat, quote, dangerous human interference with the climate system, unquote. The convention's main objective as contained in its Article 2 is the, quote, stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that will prevent dangerous human-caused interference with the climate system, unquote. The UNCCD, that's the one that combats desertification, has 197 parties. It came about as a direct recommendation of the Rio Conference as the only internationally legally binding framework set up to address the problem of desertification. It anchors its activities on good governance and sustainable development, using the principles of participation, partnership, and decentralization. Sustainable Development Goal 15 focuses on protecting, restoring, and promoting the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems. It aims to combat desertification and reverse land degradation and prevent biodiversity loss. The unwavering resolve of world leaders to tackle the devastating impacts of climate change produced the landmark Paris Agreement on Climate Change at COP21 in Paris in December 2015 that set long-term goals to guide all nations to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions as to limit the global temperature increase to 2 degrees Celsius, while pursuing efforts to limit the increase even further to 1.5 degrees Celsius pre-industrial level. The agreement came into force November 4, 2016, and it's a legally binding, international binding treaty. Locally, Section 20 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, states, quote, the state shall protect and improve the environment and safeguard the water, air and land, forest and wildlife of Nigeria, unquote. Furthermore, Section 33, subsection 1 of the Constitution states that, quote, every person has a right to life, and no one shall be deprived intentionally of his life, save in execution of the sentence of a court in respect of criminal offense of which he has been found guilty in Nigeria. One thing is clear. Without a safe and peaceful planet, everyone is endangered. It was therefore in a bid to achieve international obligations that the Paris Agreement and other conventions like the Rio Triplets set to ensure a safe and productive environment for the good of humanity that Nigeria enacted the Climate Change Act 2021. Under Part 1, Objectives and Applications, the Climate Change Act 2021, which I was privileged to sponsor in the Nigerian Parliament, stipulates in Section 1, this act provides a framework for achieving low greenhouse gas GHG emission, inclusive green growth, by mainstreaming climate change actions in line with national development priorities. Specifically, Sections 3, 19, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 34, among others, of the Act, recognize the importance of protecting the environment and preserving the planet and the urgent need to do it, and accordingly, made relevant provisions to guide Nigeria's climate actions in attaining the above objectives while meeting international objectives. Section 3 of the Act provides for the establishment of the National Council on Climate Change and vests it with the, quote, powers to make policies and decisions on all matters concerning climate change in Nigeria. To encourage communities to take action towards protecting environment. Explains why we included in section 26 that, quote, the Secretariat shall, with the approval of the Council, advise the ministries, departments, and agencies responsible for regulating educational curriculum in Nigeria on the integration of climate change into the various disciplines and subjects across all educational levels. Now, the Executive Director and members of the High Table, one of the reasons I said that I'll be happy, in fact, to have these young ones when I speak is for them to listen and know that the issue of climate change is not reserved for Professor Egesi and the rest of them on that table alone. If you listen to what I said now, Section 26 of the Act provides for the integration of climate change into various disciplines and subjects across all educational levels. That's the Act, and it's gradually being implemented. So it's important for people to know, especially these young ones, that when you pay attention and study something like this, now the next paragraph will explain to you some of the opportunities you will have. The next paragraph says, in line with the above provision in section 26 for, quote, the integration of climate change into the various disciplines and subjects across all educational levels, quote ends. Section 22 mandates every ministry, departments, and agency to have a climate change desk officer of a directorate cadre whose responsibility it is to ensure that climate action is mainstreamed into the annual plans and budgeting of all MDAs in Nigeria. This provision will create employment for qualified Nigerians. You know, for these very young ones, you should try and work to become a professor. Because when Professor Egesi wrote to me to come and do this keynote address, I looked at the letter initially, but when I went back and looked at the letter again, and I discovered that it is good to be intelligent and to know book. Please clap for him. I now discovered that he really requested me to go through the act and bring out, key aspects of climate change law and related, issues that we have handled. Because everything he said there every line has its own, detailed meaning. So, Prof, I congratulate and commend you. So now, you'll see here, I said here, according to Professor Chiedozie Egesi, this commemoration, quote, serves as a platform for fostering environmental action and engaging communities in sustainable living, unquote. This is precisely why we provided in section 30 of the Act for extensive public engagement. Just now that we went to the agroforestry site, some of the questions that came up were, how are you going to engage the community? How are you going to bring them around? And of course, the provisions in the Climate Change Act, if you go to section 30 of that act, you will then find that we made provision for extensive public engagement, community involvement of the youth. That's why I'm particularly interested in your presence here, the young ones from secondary school. Engagement of the youth, women, and even the people with some disability. So all these are provided in the act. So, Prof, for asking for this platform for engagement. I think we have it there in the Act, it's clear, and we must continue to go ahead with that. Section 27 states that, quote, the council shall promote and adopt nature-based solutions towards reducing GHG emissions and mitigating climate change issues in Nigeria. Unquote. Nature-based solutions, especially, is the sustainable management and use of natural resources, processes to address certain challenges without impacting nature. Nature, which comprises forests, water, land, air, is home to all the world's terrestrial and aquatic life, providing shelter and livelihood for its human and animal population. For example, restoring mangroves along coastlines uses nature-based solutions to achieve several goals. Similarly, Section 20, Section 1 states, the Federal Minister responsible for environment shall set up a registry with sub-national nodes for capturing REDD+ activities in Nigeria. I remember that one of the professors talked about REDD+ when we were talking about, which is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, and the role of conservation, sustainable management of forests, and the enhancement of forest carbon stocks. The Africa Great Green Wall, which was formed in 2005 and adopted in 2007 by the African Union, focused on combating desertification in the Sahel and Sahara and hold back the expansion of Sahara Desert by planting a wall of trees stretching across the entire Sahel from Djibouti on the right to Dakar, Senegal on the left, covering 11 countries in Africa. In Nigeria, 11 states in the northwest and northeast regions are affected by these huge threats. That's why Nigeria established the National Great Green Wall to combat the threat by desertification, engage in land restoration, etc. The ongoing goal of the project is to restore 100 million hectares, 250 million across acres of degraded land, and capture 250 million tons of carbon dioxide and create 10 million jobs in the process, all by 2030. President Tinubu, in his opinion piece published by the CNN in December 2023, declared, and I quote, Africa's most populous nation has successfully mobilized tens of thousands of youths nationwide to plant 250,000 trees annually to honor a pledge to plant 25 million trees by 2030 as we build our great green wall to fight back against encroaching deserts across the northern region of our nation. Section 29, subsection 1 of the Act provides that, quote, the Council shall collaborate with and equip the National Bureau of Statistics for developing Nigeria's natural capital accounts. Subsection 2 states that the data from the natural capital accounts shall be made available to MDAs and used in policy formulation and development of action plan in the carbon budget. The International Institute for Sustainable Development submits that natural capital is land, air, water, living organisms, and all formations of the earth's biosphere that provide us with the ecosystem, goods, and service imperative for survival and well-being. Dr. Eugene Itua maintains that the principles of natural capital accounting provide, quote, win-win-win, unquote, a triple win situation because it not only facilitates economic growth, but also safeguards the environment and promotes the welfare of individuals. This is evidenced by the harmonious coexistence of ecotourism, agriculture, and groundwater recharge, all of which benefit from informed decision-making based on NCA data. For those of you who are involved in calculating the gross domestic product of a nation, there's been some improvements in what constitutes the GDP of a nation. Initially, it used to be just services, goods, provided within a period of time or produced within a period of time in a country. But recently, when they realize that you have to value your forest, you have to value your ocean, the fishes, and things like that, all these are now forming part of what you use to determine your GDP. And that's why the natural capital accounting data has become very important. With sections 19 and 20 of the Act, Nigeria has demonstrated leadership in Africa with the establishment of the National Council on Climate Change, vested with the powers to establish and operationalize a market-based mechanism for Nigeria's participation in the global carbon market. Dr. Ekeledo, you see here? Dr. Joy, you are there. So we are now on the same page on the issue of carbon and all that. So I thought I should mention that because it's all encompassing. In essence, the Act has provided a legal framework for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through a carbon market approach to meet Nigeria's net zero target. Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement addresses voluntary cooperation between and among countries by enabling trade in mitigation outcomes, that's GHGs, reduced or avoided to achieve the emission reduction targets in their NDCs. So we commend you, Dr. Ekeledo and Edie, for coming up with something that will help guide even people who are in the communities who do not know exactly what they are doing so that they can benefit from it as we go forward. The Act recognizes that. As a way of demonstrating Nigeria's readiness to participate in the carbon market and related initiatives, the NCCC in June 2023 published the first regulatory guidelines. In furtherance of the above, President Tinubu exercised leadership by flagging off the Nigeria Carbon Market Activation Plan at COP28 in December 2023 by appointing Zach Adedeji, chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Services, and Dr. Salisu Dahiru, the DG of NCCC, to co-chair the committee. Net Zero 2060. Part of the approaches to achieve Net Zero 2060 is to focus the Paris Agreement 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway and deploy electric vehicles, renewable and clean cooking for a significant percentage of our population. Tools for realizing net zero target. One of the routes towards Nigeria's goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2060 was through the introduction of Nigeria Energy Transition Plan in 2022, which emphasized curtailing emissions in 5 key sectors: power, cooking, oil and gas, transport, and industry. Together, these sectors contribute about 65% of the nation's total greenhouse gas emissions. As part of the coordinated and sustained effort to attain Nigeria's net zero targets, as contained in section 1, subsection F, and the presidential pledge at COP26 in Glasgow, the Honorable Minister of Environment unveiled the long-term low-emission development strategy, LTLEDS, in December 2023 at COP28 in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Therefore, the NDC implementation framework is an important national tool to support the advancement towards the realization of the vision. On May 2023, on May 23, 2024, Nigeria, along with our NDC partnership, launched the Nationally Determined Contributions Implementation Framework, NDCIF, 2023 to 2030. Article 4, subsection 2 of the Parish Agreement on the Nationally Determined Contribution states as follows. Each party shall prepare, communicate, and maintain successive nationally determined contributions that it needs to achieve. Parties shall pursue domestic mitigation measures with the aim of achieving the objectives of such contributions, unquote. Nigeria's NDC updated in 2021 retained its unconditional contribution of 20% below business as usual by 2030 and increased conditional contribution to 47% on international support. It covers the key prioritized sector of agriculture, energy, forestry and other land use, industrial processes and product use, oil and gas, transport, waste and water. As stated earlier, Nigeria's NDCIF is a medium-term tool to help coordinate, monitor, mobilize, and stack progress on support for investments needed to achieve the country's NDC goals. It breaks down the 8 sectors and cross-cutting components into 19 outcomes and 151 outputs and 301 key performance indicators. For purposes of reference, out of the 19 outcomes, 151 outputs, and 301 indicators set out in the NDCIF for Nigeria to be attained over a period of 7 years, 2023 to 2030. A few of the M's are clearly captured in outcomes 6 and 12 under the agricultural sector, and outcome 7 under the forestry and other land use. Under the agricultural sector, the aim of outcome 6 is to, quote, improve the use of smart agriculture and enhance agricultural produce, revolutionize agricultural practices, enhance climate smart agriculture, livelihood, opportunities, and promote environment conservation within the agricultural sector. Similarly, outcome 12 seeks to, quote, improve agriculture, invest in critical infrastructure, improve transportation works, upgrade storage facilities, and provide farmers with essential resources for efficient and environmentally friendly agricultural operations to boost agricultural productivity, streamline supply chains, and promote climate-smart farming practices, unquote. Under forestry and other land use sector, outcome 7, enhance sustainable forest management. It aims to preserve biodiversity, restore degraded areas, promote communities' involvement, and safeguard the health and resilience of forest ecosystem for future generations. Under cross-cutting actions, outcome 17, sustainable management and use of natural assets seeks to enhance the sustainable utilization of natural resources, monitor greenhouse gas emissions, encourage environmentally friendly urban development practices, and effectively account for natural capital to support informed decision-making for long-term environmental sustainability and conservation of natural assets. Clearly, the NDCIF can serve as a powerful national blueprint for investment on climate development action in the country. According to Mariam Punusho-Fedman, Country Engagement Director of NDC Partnership, quote, the actions prioritized in the framework have been costed out. The full implementation of NDC has been estimated at United States dollar 189 billion. And while considerable funding has been mobilized, a very significant funding gap remains. The effort is massive, and Nigeria cannot meet this challenge alone, unquote. Summary. The Africa Heads of State and Government, in the presence of global leaders and high-level representatives, on 6 September 2023 in Nairobi, Kenya, at the inaugural African Climate Summit, recall that only 7 years remain to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda, and noted with concern that 600 million people in Africa still lack access to electricity, while 970 million lack access to clean cooking. In a world grappling with climate change, clean energy plays a vital role in reducing emissions and can also benefit communities lacking access to reliable power sources. The connection between clean energy, socioeconomic development, and environmental sustainability is crucial in addressing issues, be it poverty, illiteracy, health, etc., faced by vulnerable communities worldwide. Nigeria has taken clear steps towards addressing lack of access to electricity and clean cooking through the movement of electricity from the exclusive list of our constitution to the concurrent list, and the subsequent enactment of the Electricity Act 2030, which was signed into law by President Tinubu about 10 days after assumption of office. In addition, the Federal Executive Council in early April 2024 approved a national policy on clean cooking. One thing has been established beyond doubt. Climate change is borderless and affects everybody. The intendment of Section 34 of the Act on Local Standing was profoundly reaffirmed by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in Center of Oil Pollution Watch versus NNPC 2018. I would like to explain something a little more here. Climate change that we've been talking about is not rocket science. Part of what we want to do now is part of how to tackle the challenges coming from climate change. So, and I've also quoted different sections of the Act, talking about how we decided to capture these young ones, to make sure they can study this in school, and to also create positions for them within the ministries, departments, and agencies. That's not happening today, as we speak. Now, why I decided to pause here to make a little explanation is that I'm almost done with the paper. But I want to discuss Section 34 of the Climate Change Act. And it's important that you know it and have it in your mind. That section says that if you do anything that affects government policy or what we are doing, something you do that is capable of affecting the entire plan or even affect that anybody can sue. It's not a question of, oh, I don't have direct relationship with you. You don't have local standing, as they say in court. That's almost the last section of that act. So that's the section I'm going to read now. But I also would like you to go, for those of us who are doing research, and read the decision of the Supreme Court of Nigeria in this Oil Center of Oil Pollution Watch versus the NNPC. It's a matter that was decided by the Supreme Court of Nigeria, where at the Court of First Instance, the NNPC was able to get away with the pollution that they caused in Acha, a community here in Abia State. When they went to Court of Appeal, they also were able to win this NGO. But when they got to the Supreme Court the Supreme Court decided, I'm going to quote just one or two of what they said, that anyone can sue because issue of pollution, issue of climate change is not within. The Supreme Court broadened and expanded that meaning so that you don't go to court and say you don't have local standing. No, that has been a settled matter. And we made sure that we included it in section 34 of the Act. So I thought I should explain this very well before I read it so that maybe you have a better understanding and be careful about some of the things you do around your area because someone can easily sue you, and get judgment against you. So I'm going back to that. One thing has been established beyond doubt. Climate change is borderless and affects everybody. The intendment of Section 34 of the Act on local standing was profoundly reaffirmed by the Supreme Court of Nigeria in Center of Oil Pollution Watch versus NNPC in 2018. The Supreme Court of Nigeria held that the appellant NGO, that's the Center of Oil Pollution Watch, had the standing to sue the respondent, thereby liberalizing or broadening the rule of standing. The Supreme Court specifically highlighted, quote, that public-spirited individuals and organizations can bring an action in court against relevant public authorities and private entities to demand their compliance with relevant laws and to ensure the remediation, restoration, and protection of the environment, unquote. Further, the national resource on earth, I'm quoting Justice Pa Eko, Justice of Supreme Court now. He said, the national resource on earth must be protected and conserved for the benefit of present and future generations through careful planning and management as appropriate. With all the severe and unpredictable weather events like tornadoes, wildfire, excessive heat waves, floods, landslides, desertification, drought, etc., we do not need anyone to educate us that our planet is badly threatened. The massive landslides which hit the remote village of Kaukalam in Papua New Guinea and reportedly buried over 2,000 villagers in their sleep. The ceaseless tornadoes in the US, mid-air storms that hit two major international airlines recently, Singapore Airlines and Qatar Airways, show that urgent actions are needed. The Singapore Airlines turbulence led to the death of a passenger and injured over 100 others, some critically. These are but ready examples that nobody is isolated or safe from the ravages of climate change. Here in Nigeria, there are devastating impacts from desertification, floods, gully, and coastal erosion, leading to loss of assets worth billions of US dollars and several deaths. According to World Bank's assessment of Nigeria's 2022 flooding incident, the direct economic damage was estimated around 7 billion US dollars, excluding lives lost. These deadly occurrences are stark reminders that we are living in dangerous times. The cumulative impacts and global disruption caused by these extreme weather events support the call that collaborative and coordinated efforts by all are required to protect our planet. Conclusion. Addressing these environmental and developmental challenges require a multifaceted effort involving all tiers of government, the private sector, the civil society organizations, etc. I respectfully urge all hands to be on deck for us to tackle the devastating impacts of these existential threats. I commend President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who has clearly exercised leadership by taking many far-reaching and positive climate actions in the first year of his administration. I therefore call on everyone to engage in and encourage eco-friendly practices, as this will in turn ensure that a more prosperous and sustainable future is secured for these and future generations. I thank you for your precious time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, as I please sit down, please. The executive director, I brought this because I know you are people here, they are into so many things about climate change. So this is the Nigeria NDC implementation framework 2023 to 2030. It was launched on the 23rd of May. It's a very important document. I will work to make sure that at least I send a copy to your school or more so that you can share it with them. It's very, very important. Please permit me to recognize in a special way a friend of mine. I didn't know when he sneaked in, but you know, it's good to be big man and then to humble yourself. I want to recognize in a special way Professor Chinedu Mwajoba, the former Vice Chancellor of Alex Ekweme University. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof. I'll get this.
Please, another wonderful hand of applause for Honorable Sam Onibo for having extreme issues around climate change, acts, policy going forward, and what has been done in the past. Thank you very much for that thought-provoking lecture and the continued reiteration of what the government have done internationally and nationally. Yeah, while he just introduced, yes, Professor Chinedu Mwajoba, the former Vice Chancellor, Alex Ekweme Federal University, Funai, A.E. Funai, immediate past Vice Chancellor, who have also done quite a lot on the climate change issues. He served as executive director of Nigerian Environmental Study Action Team NEST. He was also project coordinator of Building Nigeria's Response to Climate Change, BNRCC. He's also a consultant in so many climate change funded projects nationally and globally. You're welcome, Professor Chinedu Mwajoba. It's a tall and long citation. I don't know where to start from. Yes. And I think you'll be celebrating your birthday this year. They're marking it the book launch. Thank you very much. And okay. The executive director, yeah. And members of the high table, you can take back your seats for the panel of discussion. I also want to recognize Professor Ajuruchukwu Obi, University of Pretoria, South Africa. You're welcome, sir. Professor Ajuruchukwu Obi, you're welcome, sir. So we'll have a very quick panel, very quick panel to ruminate on what has been done so far. Very quick, within 10, 15 minutes we are done. So that our chief executive and our visitors can also go back to do other things. They are very busy persons. So for the panel of discussion of discussants, we invite Professor okay. Professor Chinedu Mwajoba, please, a goodwill message. Just say one or two things.
Thank you very much. Edie, thank you. Honorable Sam Onibo, who has written his name into history for the Sam Onibo Climate Change Act 2021. Dear friends and colleagues, it's good to be here. I'm supposed to be accompanying Honorable Ibu to this, but it's always good to be in an intellectual place. Thank you so much. I wish you well. I'm asked to say goodwill. So I wish you well. I have goodwill for you. Greetings also from, because Emma is here, let me say from NEST, of which I'm the chairman of the board. Climate change, everybody talks about it. And I like something you said today. What we've just done earlier is about climate change. So many meetings, so many workshops, so many talk, not as many actions as possible. I think one of the lessons we learn when we move around the world at the COPs is that you see what other people are doing. When you go to very dry parts of the world, desert countries like Israel or Egypt or in Doha or in Dubai, you see what people with very difficult environments have been able to do. I wish Nigeria well. And I really wish we can get a stage where we can look around us and we don't have to search for the evidence that we are doing anything, because the evidence is not before us. I wish that we can just look around and we see the evidence around us, and we don't have to talk more about the documents, but celebrate more about what we have done in practice. I wish you all well. God bless you in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, Professor Chinedum Nwajuba, immediate past Vice Chancellor, AE Funai. Yeah, just very quickly, the panel of discussants will be led by Professor Emmanuel Nzebule. College of Natural Resources and Environmental Management, Microbial University of Agriculture, Umudike. You're welcome, sir. Then second person will be Professor Chris Mwoko. Professor Chris Mwoko is of the School of Environmental Management and Ecosystem, Federal University of Technology, Futo, Owerri. And our own Dr. Onyekwere Innocent. Dr. Onyekwere Innocent. Dr. Onyekwere Innocent is the coordinator of Farming Systems Research Program of this great institute. You're welcome, Dr. Onyekwere. Yeah, thank you very much. So we will be very fast about this. Okay, Mike. Media, Mike. We have 3 mics, please. Dr. Joy Emerald. Dr. Joy Emerald is a unit head, climate, yes, in NRSR Umudike. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. So we will ruminate over what has been said today and try to summarize probably in 1 or 2 sentences. Yes, just like in my dissertation, a professor said I should summarize a 13-page document in 1 sentence. That's what we're going to do now. The first question we go to Professor Nzebule. The outcomes of today's lectures, which centered around fertilizer use, efficient use, inefficient use of fertilizer, our lands are decreasing, desertification. In fact, one of the speakers said he doubts if we will be able to feed this country if we go organic. What is your view? What is your view on this? So how can the use of fertilizers be optimized to enhance agricultural productivity while at the same time ensuring food security in this country and minimizing environmental impact?
Thank you. Let me first of all thank the presentation made by Donald on fertilizer use and also relating to the environmental sustainability. He made key points. The key points which are very factual. One is that population is increasing. We also must as well match population increase with more food production. And he also indicated the importance of fertilizer in achieving the goal of food production. He spoke of the need for a balance, balancing food productivity, food security, as well as environmental sustainability in the use of fertilizer. Yes, the key issues which also highlighted is the 4 R's. 4 R's. One, which are quite genuine, but it will be totally an understatement if I say that fertilizer use has its own disadvantages. He acknowledged it in his presentation, quite all right. But we must have to understand that as long as we need food production, increase in food production, the usefulness of fertilizer cannot be underestimated. But there are implications in the use of fertilizer. The implications in the use of fertilizer being that it encourages environmental degradation is also there. So that balance is where we are looking at. The important thing is that our farmers are yet not fully educated. Education of our farmers is a problem, is a big challenge. When you are talking about the 4 R's, for us to achieve the 4 R's, we must march towards educating our farmers to look about the right source, to look about the right timing, to look about the right quantity, and so on and so forth. As we are doing this, we must educate our farmers to understand the type of fertilizer that to use, the source of fertilizer that to use, the quantity of fertilizer to apply, and the timing as well. We also need the importance of land use planning. The importance of land use planning cannot be overemphasized in this regard. You see that our farmers are growing crops and applying fertilizers where they need not to plant, even grow crops at all. Fragile lands are being used for farming and fertilizers are being used in these particular areas. And a lot of wastages are going on with this fertilizer application. That is where we need to lay emphasis on, reduce the wastage in terms of fertilizer application, and also looking at land use planning. We need to grow crops and appropriate places where such environment will allow it. The importance of organic fertilizer is also key. Now we are encouraging the adoption of organic fertilizer, which has a double win. It has a win in that it increases crop production, increases crop yield, as well as helping to build organic carbon, which is what we are preaching for, in building organic carbon as an evidence of land restoration. Now, I will say that the key thing in all this is farmer education. We no longer have any extension service in Nigeria. It is obvious. ADP is dead. So who will educate the farmers? That is where the importance of our going back to how we started. Let us reactivate the extension service, reactivate the education for farmers, and also encourage farmers to go environment friendly. There is a win-win situation, and we need to approach it in that manner. That is where I hinge my contribution on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nzebule, for your wonderful exposition there. Yeah, you mentioned education is key. That takes me to Dr. Onyekwere. how do you think research, innovation, and knowledge sharing? It's all about education. Recently, we just had this item to do from Agricultural Research Council on knowledge sharing platforms. This is a typical example of what we are doing here today. So how do you think research, innovation, and knowledge sharing platform can be leveraged to enhance the capacity of farmers and stakeholders in adopting agroforestry as a climate change resilient, sustainable solution?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. From the farming system approach of National Root Crop Research Institute, our main objective is to see the total farming systems of Southeast Nigeria, solve the problem of resource-constrained farmers, and elevate their standard of living. By the issue of agroforestry and climate change. Presently, globally, 820 million people are suffering from chronic hunger and malnutrition. And at the same time, the problem of agroforestry can solve this problem. One, know that we are growing arable crop, that the farmer can harvest from it. At the same time, the economic crop. Because the agroforestry, what we are looking at, those crops that are productive, like what we saw over there. We saw bush mango or bono. We saw neem and other ones that are economically viable. So from the research findings, we have our platform of training and visit, which we call the T&V system of research and extension. At the ADP level, they have subject matter specialists for agroforestry. So what we are doing is we have to invite them during their monthly training review meetings, and we have to educate them. After educating them on the importance of agroforestry, what they stand to benefit, apart from the rate of hunger I told you, each matured tree or plant absorbs 68.5 grams of carbon every day. That was on aspect of the environment. The other one I talked on aspect of hunger. So after educating them, giving them this education, and what do? They are taking it down to the farm families in the rural areas. How do they take it down to the farm families? They have at their nightly training meeting that we call the FNT. They will now train the extension agents. The extension agent will now go to their various circles, train the farmers, look at the benefits of agroforestry. So we have a very good platform through which we disseminate all this knowledge, through which we disseminate the research findings and innovation. And some of our farmers are adopting. Like in Abia ADP, Anambra ADP, Imo ADP, and Ebonyi ADP, we have agroforest farmers, and they are doing well. And those things we are teaching them, they are adopting. The issue is that we cannot cancel the ADP system. What we need to do is to strengthen the ADP system. We know where the problem is. Initially, there was World Bank sponsorship. That was why ADP, they were thriving. But presently now, they are not dead. They are still trying their best. They are still trying their best. Presently, I'm in contact with all the program managers, and they are just trying to do one thing or the other to strengthen. And at our own end, we are also doing our best to strengthen the ADP system, to make sure that that platform, to make sure that that channels stand to the benefit of resource poor farmers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyekwere, for that Nice response to this discourse. Just close to you, Dr. Joy Emerald. You see, Dr. Joy Emerald, in 2011, Dr. Joy, after that we'll get to Professor Nwoko. The question is to Dr. Joy. In 2011, at the there is this conference on green economy for structural transformation at UNECA in Addis. And the argument was about intensification or extensification. Intensifying the use of our lands or opening up more lands in terms of crop productivity. What do you think? What's your view? Which way to go? Which takes priority? Opening up more lands or intensifying the use of land by using organic, inorganic materials for yield rather than opening up more lands? Or you feel both of them should go the same way?
Thank you very much, Dr. Okoye. That's a very good question. Thanks for that question. Yes, intensification versus extensification is globally a debate. There's a debate ongoing concerning it. Some will say, especially those that are into organic or natural farming, will always want to go on and open lands and grow naturally, not knowing that what they are doing is what is called soil mining. That is number one. You just go to a virgin land, harness all the nutrients in the soil, and leave it impoverished, just like what was done to African soil. Our soil here in sub-Saharan Africa is the oldest soil in the world, and it's facing a lot of problems now because they are very, very poor. It is lacking a lot of nutrients, and that was because of soil mining. Even when others are complaining about use of fertilizers, we shouldn't complain about use of fertilizers in Africa because we're even on negative. Negative in the sense that we don't even use enough. The problem about fertilizer use is those that started it for the Green Revolution in Asia, China, India, even abroad, but not Africa. But let's hold on to that. In Africa, we need intensification aspects of agriculture, a cropping system. What does that mean? It means that you deliberately use every external input that is necessary to give you a good yield. You apply fertilizer following the 4R nutrient stewardship, making sure that each crop receives fertilizer according to the requirement of that crop. Every crop has a special type of fertilizer that it receives well. Like for root and tuber crops, they are always looking for phosphorus and potassium. So when you give the right amount of this, there will be no room for leakages. And you ensure, like we found out from research, that combined application of organic material and organic fertilizer and inorganic fertilizer will always give the best yield. One, remember, organic fertilizer will be there to nurture the soil, yes, because of the soil structure it helps to build. But you need it because it's a slow-releasing fertilizer type. You need other fertilizer that is the inorganic fertilizer at the right place, at the right amount to help the soil to grow. If not, you will apply organic fertilizer. And remember, the organic fertilizer is poor in nutrients. For example, it is known that 50 kg of NPK equals 1 ton of organic fertilizers. So how are we going to make up enough organic fertilizer in our environment that will be able to feed the hungry population? So intensification is important. With the good help of fertilizer, then organic application, organic fertilizer, we can come up with a good yield, focusing on intensification. We should not think about desertification because we should not think about opening up new lands because that will cause more harm to the environment. You are taking away the trees that we are now trying to replace that will even help in sustaining the environment. So for going ahead to contribute to the deforestation of the land is unacceptable. We want to do intensification, but we are going to make sure, like what we've planned to do with the new agroforestry project, we are going to make sure that even if we are adding fertilizer, it should be according to each crop's requirements, and we will make sure they are applied at the right time and at the right place. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Joy Emerald. Thank you very much. Just like one of the speakers today put it, efficient use of mineral fertilizer mitigates the effect of climate change. It was a take home for me. Efficient use of mineral fertilizer mitigates the effect of climate change. That is wonderful. Now, Professor Nwoko, do you feel synergy between the public and private sector and stakeholders can be leveraged to develop and promote innovative fertilizer solutions? Effective synergy between the public and private sector. Please kindly link this up with food security and job creation.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Yes, to answer that question straight, private-public partnership is the in thing now. Government cannot do all. In terms of job creation, it will help some farmers that are, scattered, located so many places. Sometimes the waste generated from their farms, some of them doing livestock business, doing even crop business, most of the waste generated there, if they don't get off-takers, it becomes a burden on them. Like 2021, I led a research on waste management hazard system where we developed a software application where we place all stakeholders on waste management on the same platform. So what we did that time was to make sure that what you need, the kind of waste you have, you generated, you post it in that platform. People will now, those who are in need of that particular waste, we indicate interest, and from there, a community is formed, an ecosystem is formed, where the need of each of the stakeholders are met on that platform. This kind of partnership can also be translated into the farmers and those who need certain waste or certain organic waste, or even inorganic waste, depending on how it's treated, so that once this thing is generated from A, it can be, taken off from B, can take it off, and at the same time, that problem is solved. And also, in terms of job creation, it becomes very, very important. People who generate that thing you consider as waste can also add value to what you have, and at the same time, generate revenue. Even within that also can create jobs. Middle men can also act as off-takers and transport it to where it is finally needed. Then, in terms of the innovativeness of that particular idea, of course, is very apt in the sense that the application of it, the organic application of most of these materials, the previous speakers have emphasized on that there's no way we don't need input, farm input, in terms of these fertilizers, or both organic or inorganic, to encourage food production, to feed the teeming population. So in all, we must apply the fertilizer that is commensurate to the plant need. So it's always the problem we have, knowing the right application, timing, and all that. Because the kind of rainfall we have here, most of these fertilizers are washed away and affecting our aquatic ecosystem. You can go back and verify most of our freshwater ecosystem are gone, maybe because of poor management of these farm inputs. So that partnership should be encouraged, and it has worked in most sectors. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. So just a very quick one, just in one sentence each. Closing remarks for this session. Not more than 10 seconds. Professor Nzimble, closing remarks. What do you...
I will suggest that we look at our policies. Policy formulation drives growth, drives development. Thank God for the Climate Change Act. But we look at the state level. Many states, they don't have policies at all. Policies to drive development, to drive agricultural development. And I think we need to focus on that, even as we drive towards intensive agriculture, optimal fertilizer use. Let it be guided by policy. And I think that is where the mark will be made, and it will be sustainable.
Thank you very much. Policy. Dr. Nyekwere.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So my parting word is, first, whatever thing we need to do, there should be land use planning. And before we engage into land use planning, there should be suitability studies. Let's carry out the suitability studies, because it will now make us to have the maximum use of that land without jeopardizing the food security of the future generation. We now use two approaches. We use the pedologic and agronomic, whereby we look at the land qualities, we look at the soil characteristics, we look at that particular crop, the agronomic requirement for its growth. Then we match two of them. We carry out our stability studies. We look at how suitable, is that soil suitable for that particular use? Is it highly suitable? Is it moderately suitable? Is it marginally? Is it not suitable currently? Is it not permanently not suitable? Is it not relevant? Before we can know what to do. If it is moderately suitable, at what cost, or what we call coefficients of improvement, can we move it to the next level so that it can now be suitable using productive index method? So that is what we are supposed to do. Carry out the stability studies before any other thing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyekwere. Dr. Emerald, a parting word.
I would say, first of all, that we should now begin to rethink about what we do in research, especially as an agricultural research institute, because every activity we carry out should be guided by the fact that we want to leave this place a better place. We want to leave our farmlands a better farmland for the future generation that are coming after us. With that said, integrated soil management, soil fertility management should be the key approach. If you don't have enough organic matter to complement the fertilizer use, endeavor to plant cover crops. Those days we plant a lot of beans, akede in the field. It's all for that. Endeavor to make sure that you imbibe one soil management measure so that you know that that land is being nurtured, that you are not only stripping, taking away nutrients from it, you are trying to replace. That is what we should do. For this Environment Day, this year's Environment Day, let's all begin to replan towards the kind of research we are doing and the kind of farm activities we are doing even as farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Nwoko.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My own is poverty alleviation. Government should wake up and halt deforestation going on, massive deforestation going on in our forests, by providing incentives by way of liquefied natural gas cylinders. Make sure that some locals, communities are provided with incentives to reduce the pressure mounted on our forests. If this pressure is sustained the next 10 years, we may not have any forests in our area. And like Dr. Emerald said, we have to begin now to see a way of protecting or not clearing more of our forests, continue on intensified agriculture. Not create more. In fact, the whole idea should have been, let's create reforestation programs. Let government have planning for afforestation or reforestation program because of the enormous benefits we get from, forest reserves. If we can't be talking about combating, mitigating climate change without talking about forest reserves, making sure forests, reducing forest degradation, that will help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the discussants. My own one sentence closing remark is mitigating climate change starts with you and I. Yeah. Thank you very much for doing justice. Thank you very much. You can now take back your seats. While we are having the panel of discussants who have done justice to the speakers, the papers presented today, Dr. Eme Okoro just walked in. Dr. Eme Okoro was the former SSG to the Abia State government. You are welcome, sir. You're highly recognized, sir. You're highly recognized, sir. PME. Okay. Dr. Eme Okoro, can you just say one or two things? You can. Okay, you need to come there. You want to. A goodwill message. Yeah.
Good afternoon, all. Let me apologize that I'm just butting into this group. I didn't plan it, and I didn't know something like this was going. But I'm part of this Excellent Research Center. When it was mentioned that the executive director was in, I had been calling him. I didn't get through to him. I didn't know he was in this gathering. Please forgive me for coming. But my excitement when I saw environment, I remembered several years ago when I headed the Abia State Environmental Protection Agency. So I won't be at a loss to recognize that what you are doing today is in keeping with the very solid standards that we ought to maintain in order to have a stable environment. Because it's that maintenance and equilibration of the stable environment that any nation can survive. So I feel very good to be here. And so many young people here have advanced, so that I'll just sit down and listen. But my joy is that what we started, I'm excited to see that the flame is still burning. I'm happy to see you people in Igbo. Ndewonu.
Thank you very much, sir. Nice to see you. Still bouncing. I now welcome the Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Tessie Mado, Digital PM and E.
Yeah, when you have a digital executive director, you can but become digital PME and E. Okay, we had a quiz competition in the morning, and 4 schools were invited. The 4 schools invited were Ndumotuka Secondary School, Ayeke, Methodist High School, Oboro, Boys Secondary School, Olokoro, and Girls Secondary School, Olokoro. And these schools are very strategic to us because they are our host, they fall within our host communities. And they belong to our host communities, and we thought it wise to invite them for this celebration. And when we started the invitation, we told their teachers, we gave them the theme for this year's World Environment Day and asked them to prepare their students based on the theme. And the teachers sent in questions to us, each of the schools. They all sent in questions to us And out of the questions they sent to us, we made our selection. And when we were doing this competition, we had in mind that we're going to have winners and losers. But fortunately enough, the schools answered all the questions. Can we give them a round of applause? It was such an amazing environment to see the students answering all the questions. No student failed. No school failed any question. So what we have, the presentation of gifts we have, we are giving gift to the winners. All of them came first. I want to respectfully invite, with so much humility, sir, invite Honorable Sam Onibo to present the token award that we made for the students for coming first, and also to mark today's World Environment Day. And Honorable Sir, you can ask them any question before you present the gift. I bet you they will answer. These students are intelligent. I want also to recognize their teachers. Their teachers, they did wonderful work. Teachers, I hail you. Honorable Sir, you may wish to come and present the gifts. I will call the first secondary school. We are giving a cash award of 50,000 naira. Each school is going home with a cash prize of 50,000 naira. The first school I'm going to call is Boys Secondary School, Olokoro. The two students that represented that school, please could you come forward and receive the award on behalf of your school.
Congratulations. Congrats. Congrats. This is your cash award for doing so well in today's World Environment Day. And I would like to use this opportunity to encourage you to learn more, to work more, to aspire. You have Professor Egesi and some other professors who are here so that you become someone in society. We are proud of you. Congratulations.
I call on Oboro. Could you come for your gift?
How are you? How are you? Well done. You have done well and you have really, really made yourself, your school, your parents proud by performing creditably well. And we are very proud of you. We know that from here you are going up. So do not lose your chance. And I'll collect the names of your teachers to monitor how you are doing, the teachers for all the schools, not just for Methodist Secondary School, to know how you are doing and how you are following up. I'm sure you listened to the speech and you saw that secondary schools, primary schools, tertiary institutions, they are required to know what is going on about the environment. So congratulations.
I invite Ndume Otuka, second. Okay.
Congratulations. And I want to congratulate you on behalf of the Executive Director, the management and staff of National Root Crops Research Institute, and also my humble self, who's been given the assignment of making these presentations to you. But I'll urge you to work hard, to focus on this. Don't lose focus. Continue to do well. You have already distinguished yourself through your performance today and through the recognition you have been accorded. This one, Dumo Tuka, Secondary School. Congratulations.
The last but not the least, Olokoro Girls Secondary School.
Congratulations. Congratulations. We are really proud of you for having done your and also your parents. We would like you to continue with the work. Remain focused, work hard, do not derail. At least you can see some of the people crowded here singled out for recognition. So it's a great achievement. A round of applause for them. So now we are going to give you this award for 50,000. I'm sure you came with your teachers. I've already requested that I would like to have the numbers of those of gods who participated in this quiz so that we monitor your progress and how you are going on in life. We wish you well. On behalf of the Executive Director, the management and staff of the National Root Crops Research Institute, Umudike, and indeed my humble self and our friends who came around, we congratulate you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir, for a job well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you, everyone who participated. We are almost at the end of the ceremony, and we have celebrated World Environment Day in a very memorable way. I will also respectfully call my ED, my digital ED Executive Director, Professor Chiedozie Ngozi Egesi, to make his closing remark.
All right, thank you so much, Director of Planning. Let us give a round of applause to her too, and to all the organizers of the World Environment Day 2024 NRCRI committee. Let us applaud them. They've done a beautiful job. I want to specially thank our keynote speaker. If you know what it takes to bring such a man all the way from Abuja in a week of nationwide strike and to make him come here is a miracle. So let us applaud him and thank him again. Thank you so much, Honorable. We are very pleased. Like you were telling me, it is our thing. I like that spirit. And I like everybody in the room to consider this thing we are doing or anything that concerns NRCRI as our thing. If you consider it your thing, then the approach is different. You don't look at any difficulty, you don't look at the obstacles, but you make it happen. So we really appreciate you, sir, for making today. And thank you for the wonderful lecture. A lot of learning for me. I learned a lot from it. And one of the key takeaways is the desk officer for climate change. A whole institute like NRCRI. Anyway, that is in the past. From now, we will have a desk office for climate change. Thank you so much, sir. I want to thank, where do I start from? Let us start from our father, the former SSG, former ADP, former national coordinator of the Cassava Mosaic Disease Project of Presidential Initiative on Cassava that President Obasanjo handled. This man was the main coordinator nationwide. So let us applaud Dr. Eme Okoro. He's a very kind man. I have personal, kindness. I've benefited from him on a personal basis, but also I know people around him is the same thing. And he has not, he's retired but not tired. And he's been serving even from, wherever he is. He's here today on a different mission. He's here in this compound on a different mission, and it's all related to agricultural development. Thank you to all our panelists who came here. Professor Nzebula has disappeared. He has been postponing a Zoom meeting with an international organization just because of today. We really appreciate him. Let us applaud him. Let us thank Professor Chris Nwoko. Professor Chris Nwoko is my brother and my friend. So we grew up together and have been schooling together, and we are still here today. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Futo. I want to thank my Oga. There are many Ogas, but there's one. Professor Nwajuba was my VC when I was a visiting professor. Many people don't know that. A few years ago, just before COVID, I was a visiting professor at the Alex Ekwueme Federal University, Ndufu Alike in Ebonyi State. So Funai, AE Funai. So, and I thank him for how he welcomed me, and even after he left his stool as a VC, he has been supporting NRCRI and promoting NRCRI in every way. Thank you for coming, and we appreciate you. Thank you to all the professors who came here from everywhere, the university, and people who came. They said they came because our keynote speaker is coming. We really appreciate you, sirs. I don't know all your names, but I'll get to know your names. Thank you for making our time to join us today. And I want to thank all the directors of NRCRI. Let us clap for them. A lot of them traveled, and the ones here have been here all through. The assistant directors, the coordinators, the scientists, and the secondary school quiz competitors who really did us proud, and you really surprised us. Thank you for coming. Thank you to everyone, our online guests. A lot of people have been commenting online. Beautiful. I have one guy liking our post, a video from the US, and some other people from other parts of the world. Thank you all for joining us. It has come to an end. Like someone says, the World Environment Day is one day, but the environment, we don't care for it in one day and end. It is a continuous and a continuing thing. For those who joined us late, we had gone to the field and commissioned a regenerative farm, a regenerative agriculture or agroforestry farm of the NRCRI. It's a little over a hectare, 1.2, 1.3 hectares farm where we planted indigenous trees, and we will be doing agroforestry with our root and tuber crops. As an example you can see that. So it's a young farm, but we want to start today to begin to showcase and demonstrate for our people. The theme of the World Environment Day is land restoration, desertification, and what was the last one? Climate resilience, drought resilience. So this is the key to any resilience agriculture that we want to conduct in the world. And we are using the global best practices so that we'll be able to access what you call carbon credits. And this is the thing we need to teach our people. They begin to learn what is carbon credits. How can I benefit from it? Do we join hands together to benefit from it? This is what we want to do and be able to improve food production in a sustainable way and make people and create jobs for young people, like we have our young team, youngsters here. Ladies and gentlemen, I can keep talking, but I need to hand over so that I cut myself short. Yes, you can see the videos. and the tree planting. I'm going to invite back the Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. Tessie Madu, to give us announcements about the next things we need to do. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, my digital ED. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Now we have a little refreshment that we organized. Honorable Sam Onibo and his entourage, all the professors that came on his behalf, our past acting executive director, Dr. Asamoga, Dr. Eme Okoro, Dokito, that's what we call him, Doki, Dr. Eme Okoro, and Professor Wajuba, all the professors. Please, we would love that you escort our executive director to his executive office. And all the directors here, assistant directors here, heads of units, heads of departments, please, you will be entertained up in the library. And the rest of us here, I belong to the rest of us. So the rest of us here will be entertained here. So I urge you to please keep to the simple rules, keep to the simple instructions. My executive director, sir, do I have your permission to call somebody to close us in prayer? Thank you for your permission, sir. I will call, I'm going to do a very unusual thing. I'm going to call Dr. Meniko Okoro to close us in.
Okay. Let's pray. God Almighty, please accept our gratitude today for the successful completion of the exercise. Lord, bless all who have come. Bless the thoughts and give us opportunity to sustain our good thoughts for the magnitude of the greatness that will come out from our knowledge and technology that we're imparting in the name of Jesus Christ.
Our own dear native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you. Please, can we wait until our distinguished guests are out?